Hello. Welcome. 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 Turn the music off here. Okay. So yesterday I totally missed adding your tip joker to the jar. I'm so sorry. I was in the middle of battle and I forgot about it. So I did that. So that was for Dedu's quiz notes, as you said. So, you know, Dedu is... He's catching up. He might... Who knows? Who knows? Some Dedu stan might pop in. He could still win. He could still win. So, thank you so much, Joker. And I apologize for forgetting to do that yesterday. So, already scanned Amiibo for today. I did a bit of grinding, actually. Which I will show you guys in a moment. I just wanted to talk to Anna here because we didn't do that yesterday. Does this mean the Empire could split? I really, really hope that doesn't happen. For the sake of everyone's day-to-day lives and for the sake of my own trade too, of course.
Oh,
no. I don't know what'll happen if the nobles break up and start clashing over territory and supremacy all over again.
Welcome.
Don't worry, Anna. I got this. I'll just go ahead and buy that. The Master Seal. Defense. And I have no money, and you're gonna see why.
Is that the one?
Because I've been spending it on things. Probably buy this stuff, but I'm not gonna do that right now.
Come back soon.
For a second I thought that was watermelon, but I think it's just cabbage. Anyway, so I have been upgrading weapons since we're done with facilities, and some of them are pretty strong. So, silver sword plus 33. So yeah, I've just been kind of putting a lot of my money into that. And that's why we don't really have much money. But that's fine. Money comes and goes so quickly. It is true. It's true. But now we're going to be super strong, so it's fine. Let's see. So I also went ahead and, I guess I was grinding a bit. Marianne, I made her a dancer. We had too many Holy Knights, and I wanted a different class for her. So I went ahead and got her to the dancer class. Let me see. What else? I've also been training Byleth in different sword classes just so she could have some more abilities. Because she didn't have that many. So she has quite a few now. Because I had her master... Let's see. He mastered... Myrmidon, Mercenary, Thief, and Assassin. So she's got a few more abilities now. She's a Mortal Savant right now. So, just kind of messing around with that. Constance, I'm trying to get to max out Falcon Knight. I do not like playing Falcon Knight that much. And I really want her to do that so she can get her like innate ability and I can just bring her back to a Gremory. It's taking a while, but you know. Lysithia, I had her max out Mortal Savant to get her ability. So we did that. Monica, I finally got to a Trickster. She was kind of stuck in Assassin for a while. So finally got a master class for her. She's a Trickster now. Petra, oh, I was just messing around training her as a Brigand, but she's gonna probably just be an Assassin because she's most fun that way to play. Again, I don't really like playing Falcon Knight that much. I tend to prefer most of the sword classes. That's probably my favorite. Any of them. I just like the speed that you can play at. So that, and also like War Master and Brawling and stuff. Those are pretty fun. But anyway, she's mostly probably just going to be an Assassin. But she got her innate ability. Fly Swatter or something? Yeah. So increases both the Awakening and Warrior gauge fill rates when attacking enemies that have been launched into the air. We did that. Dorothea, I got to master Mortal Savant. And I just put in Assassin and was working on that for a little bit. Just for more abilities. I don't know if they carry over or not. I'm hoping that they do, but I don't know what carries over to New Game Plus, so we'll have to see. It'd be great if they did, though. Save me some time. And Edelgard I threw into the Mercenary class because you guys were talking about Mortal Savant for her getting the dual onslaught, I think. So I was just letting her level up in sword classes. So everything. Abilities carry over. Okay, great. Then I was right. So that was not a waste of my time. So that's good. Also, I was able to get a bunch more supports by doing that. So we have a lot. We have a lot to do.
Got a minute?
All of it carries over. That is great. That's great.
Hunger is the
Anything
true
that's gonna
enemy.
save me a little bit of time with grinding and such is great. Okay. Let's see. I don't think we did Leonie and Geralt for a dinner, so I'm gonna do that. Maybe we did. If we did, oh well. I didn't think so, though. I thought we only did Geralt and Byleth and Geralt and Manuela. Perfect.
Hey, this is great. I bet anyone would love this stuff.
The training sword just came because I didn't have any lower, level swords, so it was automatic when I switched her class.
This is pretty good for Merc Grub. You could learn a thing or two.
Oh, yeah,
Leonie.
we did. Oh, well. They didn't have dinner
something as good as this.
together
No
anyway.
sweat.
Look, Manuela's in
I've
the
been working on my
background!
cooking skills,
Look at
you know.
that! She's like, this bitch. I'm just saying, this seems calculated. She's back there, she's keeping an eye on things, you know? So a pity
Come back
weapon.
whenever you're hungry.
Yeah, if you change someone's class and you don't have a low enough weapon, it'll just give them a training sword. Or whatever, training whatever. So. She's venting to Dorothea. Yeah, she's like, can you believe Leonie? You know Dorothea's in on it. So good. Alright, so I guess it's time for 1,001 supports. Let's start with Shamir. Oh, and Balthus. This ought to be interesting.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen you miss.
Balthus, you've been training a lot lately.
I can't have people thinking that all I'm good for is getting drunk and begging for gold, yeah?
The problem will go away if you stop doing those things.
Ha! You sure don't hold back, pal. Your words pierce my heart as sure as if you'd shot them from your bow.
Could have fooled me.
Hey, I was being serious. My heart's got more holes than an old pair of boots. But it only adds to the allure if I don't let that show, yeah?
Well, I can't argue with that, assuming it's true.
Right? Looks like you're finally starting to see my good side. I gotta say, the compliments have been pretty one-sided up till now. You're tough, skilled, determined, a stellar gambler and drinker, straightforward and humble too. You're so perfect, I don't know what to do with myself.
That's your business. Anyhow, there's not much for me to praise in return. You can't gamble or drink to save your life. You're more pig-headed than determined. And it's impossible to tell fact from fiction where you're concerned. But at least I can count on you on the battlefield. You're a skilled fighter.
Oh, that's it? Skilled? That's harsh.
Would you rather I lie?
Nah, I wouldn't expect that from you anyway. I guess it's true what they say. A person's strengths only matter in the eye of the beholder.
Look at that. I'll have to add occasionally says semi-intelligent things to my evaluation.
Can't you just cut me a break and say I'm smart?
If only it were true.
Oh, come on! Guess it's back to the drawing board. Just you wait. I'm gonna earn your respect.
I'm sure you can do anything you put your mind to. I won't hold my breath, though.
Damn.
You never ease up, do you? Always gotta get in that parting shot.
Japanime, thank you for the resub for 34 months. Japanime is on a 33-month streak and says, just stopping by to say, hey, can't watch because of spoilers. Thank you so much, Japanime, for the resub. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Premier is so done with this man. Well, I have discovered in her profile, it says dislikes spiders, centipedes, and smooth talkers. So that would explain it.
I had no idea these grew outside the village.
Oh, hi, Happy. Got some fruit there?
Yep. I used to eat them all the time when I was a kid. Care for some?
Huh? Oh, thanks. I'll just have one. Oh, wow. It's sour, but also sweet.
They're my favorite. With all the edible plant life around here, you never need to worry about being hungry.
Well, I suppose I've seen edible plants around, but are there really all that many? Sheesh. I need to get out more. I didn't even notice.
But you must have noticed. You raise them. Like the carnivorous one I saw earlier?
But I don't eat my carnivorous plants.
They try to eat her.
I'm sorry. Did we or did we not have a long conversation about how delicious they are? In fact, I was just thinking that the jug-shaped one would be divine if we stuffed it with grains and... Bernie bee?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just imagining you eating my adorable little carnivorous plants.
Which I have done. A lot, actually. Haven't you?
Of course not! Why would I eat my plant babies?
Because they're delicious. Okay, that's it. I'm going to cook you up a carnivorous plant feast right now. Come on.
Wait, no! I haven't said yes to this!
Here you go. Dig in. This is the one with the leaves that act like a mouth. But instead of bugs, I stuffed it with grilled meat.
Oh no! Poor little guy! But it would be an insult to its little plant spirit if I just threw it out, so... What?
Well, do you like it? It's my favorite, so I hope it ends up being your favorite too. Bernie bee? Was it so delicious you passed out? Okay, come on. Stop kidding around. Hello? I can see you drooling, Bernie B.
What? I don't really understand what that means. That's it, I guess. Like, is Bernie dead? Did she die from that? Bernie is shook. I don't know, that seems kind of mean. To force her to eat plants which she sees as, you know, I guess kind of pets. It's like trying to get poison ivy to eat plants. Good luck.
Bored, are we?
Training is useless. Swords are for killing.
I can see why you'd find it vexing. To you, real battles are a source of sustenance. It's easy to forget how some people welcome this war, especially the Death Knight.
Without the war, I would just be killing someone less deserving. When it ends, our contract expires. Then I face my punishment.
You're still adamant about that? I agree that, circumstances aside, a crime like yours warrants some kind of punishment. But there are other ways to go about it. For example, you could atone for your sins by doing good in the world. Or is anything less than perdition off the table? It's not as if the members of House Bartels were completely innocent, after all.
Far from it.
That is what you want, not me. It is my future. I choose how I live and die.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you'll be leaving us, but I do respect your resolve. I'm pleased you're choosing to live and face the consequences, instead of taking the Craven's way out.
Let them lock me up. And if I'm ever forgiven, this is my path. If I die in a cell, so be it.
Well, whatever you seek for yourself, I hope you find it. I truly do. We all deserve to be the architects of our own lives. I believe that so fiercely that I started a war to remake the world under that ideal.
You did so much for me. I'm sorry it came to this.
Don't apologize. If anything, I'm grateful. Thank you, Emil. I mean, Yuritsa. Ah, so I won't get scolded for saying the wrong name? That's a step forward. Whatever you and I expect from tomorrow, we have to keep fighting for it. Are you with me?
I am.
Wow, what a tyrant. I'm not sure Mercy's gonna be happy about that. But also, Edelgard's probably like, well, I can't really punish Yuritsa for murdering his dad when Hubert... when Hubert definitely murdered us. Architects of their own lives, this goddamn dictator. Right? Just drunk with power.
Constance, I think I am starting to have more understanding of you. Both parts of you are the true you. The part that cannot be accepting is existing alongside the part that can. these two are always fighting inside you. It is very difficult.
I would venture to say that you have described me most aptly. There is still much about myself I have yet to understand, but the idea that the two parts of me exist in a state of conflict is most intriguing.
Before, you were telling me there was no point in having conflict over the past. You were letting go of the past to be living in the present. Your words were touching my heart.
Yes, I do suppose I may have said something to that effect. How mortifying.
But then you fled before I could be responding. That was showing me that you have difficult feelings for me after all. This is also one part of you battling with the other, I think.
It is entirely possible that such is the case. As I could never hide the truth from you, I must admit I found you somewhat intimidating. Despite my springing the topic on you without warning, you stood strong and listened, and were even gracious enough to discuss it afterward. You dazzled me, and I do not respond well to dazzling. I am weak and pathetic as I am now.
No, that is not weakness. It is balance. The weak part is existing, so the other part can be strong for you. Are you not agreeing?
Why ever would you think that?
Because I am the same. I am also having a weak part. Like you, I am always pretending that the past is not bothering to me. But my father is dead, as are many of my people. This gives me great sorrow, and I am unable to be accepting. The weak part of me is winning. Why is it that I am still living, when so many others had to be dying?
That is a thought that I ponder often myself. For what purpose am I even here? Why is it that I am the only one left to suffer?
This
Is
is a
there
lot.
anything left for me to live for? All I feel is the pain of the people I have lost. But I know now that someone like you, a person as dazzling as the other part of me, also shares that same pain.
Of course.
May I be so bold as to ask what it is that gives you solace?
My brother and sister back home. They are still very small, but thinking of them always provides me with strength. If I am not able to be claiming the throne, they are likely to be killed. Bridget expects me to be a strong queen, a warrior. Only I can be improving our relations with Fodlan. I must be rising to the challenge. Where are you finding your solace?
I take peace in the dream the other part of me still believes in. The dream that one day, House Nouvelle will be restored to its former glory. As unlikely as this seems, I find I am unable to discard it entirely.
Then let us both be taking heart. We will be living and we will be fighting. We are sharing a past of sorrow. But together, we can be overcoming it and walking on towards tomorrow.
You have my deepest thanks, Petra. Alone, I may never have found the courage I need, but with you beside me, there is hope.
We end up having to kill Petra in another route. That's going to be really rough after that. I don't know if Petra ever talked about her siblings before. Like Hubert and his secret family.
Hey, just the guy I wanted to see.
Ah, Balthus. Do you need me?
Yep. got some hush-hush stuff I want to talk to you about. So let's go somewhere private.
Goodness, whatever could it be?
Can you lend me some money?
It must be serious if we need to discuss it in a private setting.
So, what do you know about the Claude investigation?
I fear I have no idea what you are talking about. Did this request come from my father, perchance?
Yeah, I figured you might be in the dark.
Indeed, this is the first I have heard of it, though I believe he may have spoken to me once regarding something similar. Still, I am surprised he would ask such a thing of you. Also, how do you even know my father?
You know I've borrowed a lot of money from all kinds of folks, right? Well, your pops is on that list. I'm as broke as can be, so he put me to work to pay it back. That's how I ended up looking into Claude. I think that was around the time I decided to hide under Garrick Mach.
So, I don't think you're doing a great job.
I'm relieved to hear you know him for surprisingly normal reasons.
What does that mean?
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Still, I wonder why my father
Lorenzo's
would
like,
lend
wait,
money
are you
to a
sleeping with
base
my
mercenary
father?
such as yourself.
It could happen.
Just gonna ignore that last part, huh? Now I know where the phrase like father, like son comes from. Anyway, I'll answer your question. I may not look it, but I actually used to be a noble.
You, a noble? Pray, keep your jests in check, sir.
No joke. The full name's Balthus von Albrecht. I'm surprised you didn't know. Claude and Hilda both did.
Does this mean you have connections with Lord Holst?
Yeah, we're old buddies. I was the heir to my house too, so we got to see each other a lot.
An heir? Goodness me, I apologize for my ignorance. To think a boorish man so lacking in honor and grace would be a noble.
Ren,
easy.
sometimes you need
I'll have
to
you know I was
just think
actually
these
the
things
lord of
and
the
not say
house.
them.
It wasn't till after I inherited the title that I left.
Such a thought staggers the imagination, but I will accept it for the time being. And I feel I now understand your relationship to my father.
You just sort of say whatever pops into your head, don't you?
Well,
Still, you better think twice about that brutal honesty of yours. Especially since you're the Count now.
You may be right. Thank you for the counsel.
these supports probably fit more in the Golden Deer route. Yes, they do. It's interesting that you can't see Leonie's C support with cheese in this route, but we saw that one in this route. Like, that seems like it should have been more locked there. I guess they let it go because Edelgard and Claude are working together, technically, so, like, you could make a case for it, but... Zamir, does
Yuri's
Lorenz
still
come
not
off as more
back yet?
inconsiderate in this game?
It's been 5 days. What's this?
I think Lorenz just hasn't had enough time to mature, because if you remember, it hasn't been as long. It's only been like 2 years as opposed to 5. So I think Lorenz just needs more time to mature.
A letter? Not like him to leave his stuff lying around. I wonder if it says anything about where he went. Well, it's just sitting there. Can't hurt to take a peek, right? Are you
Beef.
well? Eating enough? I worry about you all the time. Thank you for sending money always. I want to see you soon.
Geez, this is a personal letter.
Huh. Is this letter for Yuri? It's got a different name on it.
Oh yeah, I forgot he has a
Having
different
fun?
secret name too.
Yuri! Wow, you really snuck up on me.
Just like Gustav.
When did you get back?
Just like Claude.
Just now. More importantly, why are you snooping through things that don't belong to you? Choose your next words carefully if you don't want them to be your last.
I'm sorry. It was just sitting out in the open, so I thought it'd be okay if I read it.
That is not good
I
reasoning,
was worried
Cheese.
you weren't coming back.
Never mind. I can't imagine you'd have a reason to pry into my affairs. I suppose this is what I get for taking off without telling anyone. And for being so careless.
Yeah, I thought you'd be the last person to leave something like this behind. You must have left in a hurry.
You could say that.
While we're this far, we might as well ask.
Was it because of the letter? I assume it's from someone in your family. Maybe a little brother or sister?
My mom.
My mother, actually. She doesn't really have a way with words, I know.
What's that supposed to mean?
She's always been prone to illness, but lately her condition has grown worse. I try to visit whenever she asks to see me. Obviously, there are times when I can't go, but I have to take all the time I can get, right? I never know which visit will be my final chance to see her.
I understand. Once someone's gone, they're gone. But wait, the name on that letter, is that your real name?
Bob?
So Yuri's an alias and you're really
No need to say it. And yes, what parent would call their kid by an alias anyway?
Alright, what's his name?
Fair point.
Reginald?
It's a nice name, though. Why hide it?
In my line of work, it pays to have more than a few names. And don't go telling anyone about this. You won't like to find out what happens if you do.
You're just casually threatening me.
I won't, promise. And if I do slip up, you're free to do your worst. In any
Reggie?
case, I am
Regulus?
sorry for prying. And for what it's worth, I hope your mom gets better soon.
If it were easy to cure, then we wouldn't even be talking about it. But I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless.
Regis? God, I wish his real name was Regis.
I'm so sorry I can't let you run free. We'll go for another walk together soon, alright?
Why so guarded, Marianne? Is that how you always greet beautiful men?
Yuri, what do you want?
Oh, nothing in particular. I simply spotted you on the way back from drills and felt like
Hi,
coming over to
Lacius.
see what you were doing.
Only the Renz gets to do the claw hand. You
I feel like you never
shall
leave these
copy.
stables. Did you ever grow tired of it?
You miss Lorenz. We just had
I'm
a support from
sorry.
him.
It's merely a question. I'm not trying to judge you or anything. Well, this is going poorly already. All I wanted was to make a little small talk and it ended up like this. Are you always this gloomy? It seems you speak just fine around everyone else.
I only know how to make
I would get very
small
annoyed
talk
if
about
someone was like,
animals,
"Are you always this
and
gloomy?"
You seem to hate them. So, I figured that no matter what I talked about, you would hate it, and me.
Hold on. Why would I hate you? And when have I ever said I hate animals?
Once when I was replacing the horse's hay, I saw you glaring at me from a distance. But if
You
you don't
glaring
hate
at Marianne?
animals, then it must be me.
I'll fight you, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to sour your mood further. I'll be gone soon anyway.
Look, Marianne. Allow me to clear everything up for you. Firstly, I don't despise animals. I actually like them. Understand?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, or I'll have to repeat myself forever. Just listen. Second, I don't hate you or even think poorly of you. Although I'll admit that I was somewhat annoyed with you earlier in this conversation.
Yeah, and I was annoyed that you showed up.
Then why were you glaring at me before?
I'm not sure. Perhaps you saw it wrong? I don't know when this was, but... Wait. I think I see now. I have a condition of sorts. One that can get aggravated under certain circumstances.
I knew it. My very presence had aggravated you.
I'm telling you, that's not it. I swear by the goddess herself that it's not your fault. Okay?
No, you don't know what I have. Excuse me.
Well, that got us absolutely nowhere. Conversing with the shady lady is almost pleasant in comparison. What did she mean when she said she'd be gone
Just leave her
soon?
alone, bro.
That's a little too ominous to ignore.
Go away. I don't need this support chain. Marianne, you need to speak to very gently. Yuri is not getting that. He has allergies. Is that what his condition is? Leonian Ferd. Oh, and of course, Leonian Gerald.
Goodness, someone has been neglecting your care. Worry not, fair mare. I shall have your coat glistening in no time. Someone is doing a rather slapdash job of
he's
maintaining
talking
this
about
equipment.
Leonie.
Best take
Wow,
care
what a
of it.
lazy sack of shit.
I wasn't aware you were responsible for cleaning the training gear, Ferdinand.
I am not. Still, I cannot just leave it like this. And all will benefit if our equipment has a longer life.
In that case, let me lend a hand. I actually enjoy this kind of thing.
You have my thanks. Perhaps you might be so good as to start with that piece there.
Say, Ferdinand, are you really a noble?
I beg your pardon? What a horrid question!
How
If
to
I am
offend
not
Ferdinand
considered noble, then
in
who
one easy
is?
step.
After all, I am Ferdinand von Aegir.
Yes, you've made that quite clear. On many occasions.
Then are you attempting to remind me that the succession of House Aegir's peerage is on hold? It is unkind to prod at a man's sore spot like that. Though I will not hesitate to add, it does not mean my rank has been seized entirely.
I'm glad these
not
two
what
can't
I
get to
mean
an A
either.
because no.
I understand you hold a noble's rank. It's just, well, something about you as a person reminds me of a commoner.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna give this man an identity crisis. Leonie, you can't say these things to
Such
him.
chic. How can I remind you of
He's already going through stuff right now, Leonie.
the noblest of them all?
Because you take the initiative to muck out stables and clean filthy training gear? Most nobles I know wouldn't dream of doing such things. They just have the
She's
rabble
thinking of
do it.
Lorenz, isn't she?
It is my belief that nobility must serve as a model, nay, a beacon for the common folk. Doubly so in places like this, where people of different social status live alongside one another. It is precisely because of who I am that I must take the initiative. Such actions make a noble.
A praiseworthy mindset. But do any nobles besides you actually put it into practice? I don't know about the Empire, but I'm dang sure lesser nobles don't think that way.
Have you seen Hilda?
Just seeing commoners makes the bile rise in their throats. I'd say they treat us like animals, except they actually seem to appreciate their animals. Lawrence also draws stark lines between nobles and commoners, but he's a little better than the others.
Well, he is one of the nobles I find to be of merit. Regardless, your suspicion is correct. The Empire does have its fair share of nobles who bring shame to the appellation. But I will not allow them to set the standard for imperial nobility.
Huh. Maybe there's some kind of cultural difference.
I definitely thought that support was just gonna be like Ferd going around like doing all the jobs that Leonie was supposed to do. Because she did a bad job. I do appreciate that the game shows a distinction between certain nobles. Like Ferd's idea of what nobility is gonna differ from the other characters, which I like a lot. They're not all like carbon copies of each other.
Well, you are looking robust today. Let us get that coat of yours glowing, shall we?
Hey, Ferdinand.
Hello, Leonie.
We got the silly music, so what's about to happen?
I did a little detective work and learned something. You're the weird one.
I fear I do not take your meaning. How exactly am I weird?
You're a noble who delights in cleaning out stables and maintaining filthy equipment. And among the Imperial nobles, you're the only one who does those kinds of things when it's not your specific responsibility. Which means I was right. Empire and Alliance nobles are all the same.
I think I understand what you're trying to say. Certainly among those you investigated, I am the only one who puts such ideas into action. But that is, if you would forgive me, a surface-level assessment. The reality beating at the heart of the matter is quite different indeed.
Okay, what does that mean?
True nobles think as I do, inside their heads. It just so happens that I am the only one who turned thought into deed on this particular occasion.
Lucy.
So, if you believe those actions to be strange, you are saying the thoughts of all of them are strange as well. Which means you find all nobles of the world, myself among them, to be strange.
Are you trying to confuse me? Because it's working. How do you reach a conclusion like that? I'm telling you. You're the only weird one.
We appear to be arguing past one another.
Seems like it, but I'm still right.
Oh my god.
Then I am left with no choice but to make you understand that I am the right sort of noble.
And I'll have to make you understand there aren't actually any other nobles like you.
This is why they don't have an A support.
What is the matter with me? It is out of character for me to be so obstinate.
Ferdinand is experiencing
An
true
understanding like
rage
this ought
for the
never be
first
forced upon a
time.
person. My behavior was ill-befitting a noble, Leonie. Please, allow me to apologize.
Nah, I got pretty heated there myself. At the end of the day, you're taking charge and being helpful, and that's what counts. It doesn't really matter if other nobles would ultimately do the same thing or not. So, sorry.
You must think nothing of it. However, I believe a thought has just come to me. Ultimately, the problem is not me. It is that you mistrust the nobility as a whole. That being the case, I must redouble my efforts to put my philosophy into action, so as to make others of my stature understand the correct way of things.
Oh no.
I am certain this will rid us of the selfish sort of nobles you imagine to be lurking around every corner.
Wait, I mean, that'd be pretty great, but... if nobles start taking the initiative to work and stop looking down on commoners, doesn't that just... make them commoners?
What do you think we're trying to do here, Leonie? Why did you join this army? Oh. My goodness. Hey, puns. Gilbert's theme song. Ah, that's true, Lucy. She did join for Geralt. She didn't know what the cause was. She was like, wait, what are we fighting for? Doesn't matter. Geralt's here.
Captain!
You again, Leone?
Oh my
What
god.
is it today?
Seeing as you're strong as ever,
He's like, I don't
Captain
want another
Gerald,
kid.
I
I've
was
already
hoping you'd
adopted
train with me."
Edelgard and cheese.
Your eyes are playing tricks.
I don't need you.
I'm an old man. I'd never be able to keep up with you kids at the rate you're improving.
You can't mean that. I'm nowhere near a match for you. But hearing that kind of praise from my hero makes me want to devote myself to training even more.
Aren't you a little old for childhood heroes?
Maybe, but I'm still happy. I worked my whole life to be a mercenary like you, after all. And now I get to fight at your side?
The support
Dreams
chain
really
has the
do
potential
come
to be
true.
very sad.
I'm glad. It's not often childhood dreams actually come to pass. I recall you always scampering a few paces behind me as a
I
kid.
thought you didn't remember who she was, Geralt.
You'd stare at me and ask all kinds of questions, even when I was clearly too busy to answer.
Well, I was just hoping you'd teach me about martial arts and tactics and that kind of thing. Before your job ended
She
and you
doesn't
left,
want to
I
be
mean.
his daughter.
You couldn't have learned much. I wasn't there long.
Well, he's not looking for love either. He's got Manuela.
But here you are, standing strong and tall. You have no one but yourself to thank for that. You grew up without any guidance from this old captain. I'm glad to call you my apprentice.
Thank you. I promise to make you proud. And one day, I'm going to surpass you. That's my new dream.
That's the spirit.
And I'm not just surpassing you, but your kid, too.
That's too far.
I had no idea they were so strong.
He's like, you take that back.
Guess the topic never came up when I was in Son. We've both been through a lot.
I'm jealous about all the time you two got to spend traveling together.
I mean,
I bet their strength is due to your instruction.
she's his real daughter, Leone.
All I did was teach the basics of merc life. Natural talents likely behind the swordsmanship and tactical ability.
Which means normal folks like me have to put in 100 times the effort just to catch up.
Don't sell yourself short. I wouldn't have taken you on if you didn't have talent.
All right. Leonie's making her move. Byleth breaks the weapon triangle, Leone. They beat everything. Also, Byleth has the power of God and anime on her side.
As I told you before, I do not have a crest.
Why do you insist on hiding it? It can only mean your crest is somehow...
This bitch again?
Please stop.
Is this the same guy?
What's going on here?
Get him, Lysithea.
Lysithea.
I'll knock that graduation
What
cap right
were
off
you
your
saying
head.
about crests? Go on. I study them every day without fail, so this is extremely relevant to my interests. I do hope you have proof of your theory, though. Spewing out unfounded platitudes will just lead to consequences you definitely don't want. I might not look it, but I'm a general in this army.
Small but fierce.
Well, we were just finishing our conversation. Now, if you'll excuse me.
That's right. Get out of here.
Thank you, Lysithea. Think nothing of it. I stepped in of my own accord. You appear to hold a secret or two regarding crests. Well... No need to answer. We all have things we prefer to keep hidden. Still, your situation hits rather close to home for me. Perhaps too close. What? So if you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. We secret keepers need to hold strong with each other after all. Oh, and I'm not saying this because I pity you. But you clearly find your secret painful. In light of this, maybe I've been a bit too harsh on you in the past.
Oh no, you haven't been harsh at all. I'm merely envious of how strong and level-headed you always appear to be. I never would have guessed you hold a closely guarded secret just as I do.
I'm not gonna tell you, if that's what you're after.
Yes, I suspected as much. Still, perhaps you would be willing to hear mine one day?
Aww.
I feel like being around you gives me the courage to finally set it free.
I would be happy to hear you out, and also to help rectify the situation if possible. I know quite a bit about Crest's scholarship. That fool talking to you earlier couldn't hold a candle to me.
Lol, just diss that
Thank
random
you,
man.
Lysithea. I already feel a little bit braver.
I'm offering you the full might of my assistance. I hope you can do better than a little.
Okay, Lysithea,
I mean,
reel
a
it
lot.
back, reel it back.
I know I'm going to feel a lot braver.
They don't, it's kind of a bummer though. They only get to a C though, so... I mean, does that just never come to pass? Do they never actually have the conversation about it? Kind of a bummer that it stops there. I love that Marianne is willing to share things about herself this game. It's a nice ribbon for her fans. It is nice. It definitely seems like Marianne is a little bit more open and a little more willing to trust people this time around. Maybe they have a paralogue together in Golden Wildfire. Oh, maybe, yeah. It just seems strange that their support chain ends there, but yeah, maybe they do. That would explain it. Hi, Hero. Get Hubert on him. You know Lysithea is gonna tell Hubert and be like, okay, so this happened. She's gonna tell Big Brother Hubert. That man mysteriously disappears.
What a wonderful meal.
Hey, you've still got some food left. You don't want it? That Ogma Wolverine meat's super hard to come by, you know.
Oh, I don't really eat meat. You can have it.
Don't mind if I do then. You know, I always feel strangely energized after eating this stuff.
You look so pleased to be eating it.
If not every day I get to hear you laugh. Did I look funny or something?
No, it's just that the look on your face made me feel happy.
Instead of just
reminds
watching
her of
other
the
people
cheese
stuff their
support.
faces, maybe you'd enjoy trying some yourself?
I am perfectly content just watching.
Huh. Well, anyway, it seems like you've gotten more comfortable eating with me, Marianne.
Yeah, Marianne's definitely a vegetarian.
When you told me not to act like someone I'm not, at first I didn't know what to do with myself. But I still thought I could learn something from you. And as I talked with you more, I just got used to us eating together.
I see. Then why not branch out and eat with other people too? Mealtimes are a great opportunity to make new friends after all. Making conversation and sitting around the dinner table go hand in hand. That's how we ended up friends, right? It might be a good chance to get to know someone else. What's wrong?
I'm sorry, it's just... my adoptive father said the same thing to me once.
He did?
I'll be your dad.
He often criticized me because I avoided other people so much. He said that, as the heir to House Edmund, I must be at least somewhat sociable.
Nah, forget him. I'll be your
I
dad.
never bothered to understand how difficult it was for me to do that.
Encourage her.
But you managed to make friends with me. I'm sure if you keep at it, you'll be able to overcome
Jess
any
would blurt out
difficulties.
something like that. She
Maybe
would.
you're right. But I don't think it's a good idea for me to get involved with too many people.
Why?
I only bring misery and misfortune to anyone who gets too close to me.
Not true.
That's not true at all. Why do you even think that?
It is true. I know it.
Okay, if that's the case, then how's it possible for us to be hanging out right now without any problems?
You're right. I should have been more vigilant and kept some distance between us. But you're so kind and I just like being around you.
Aww.
I'm sorry. I'll stay as far away from you as I can from now on. I should go.
No, come back.
Hey, wait, Marianne! What am I gonna do about her?
What am I gonna do about that kid that I've adopted? We should go tell Gerald. Now he has a granddaughter. Well, I guess we're gonna go find her right away.
Oh, hello. Are you on your way to get something to eat?
Yeah, you?
I am. Shall we go together then?
Sure thing. I wonder what they've cooked up for us today. That was satisfying. Pretty nice getting such tasty meals all the time, huh?
I agree. The meal was lovely.
You didn't finish your meat again. It's kind of a waste, you know.
She's
I
a
ate all of the
vegetarian.
vegetables, so you can have it.
Hey, if you're offering... Wait a minute. Haven't we had this conversation before?
I think we have.
Did something happen to you, Marianne? You seem more relaxed today. In a good way, of course.
Oh no, nothing in particular. But I made a decision. I'm not going to worry about whether I bring misfortune to others or not. I've been a part of this army for a while now, and I've worked closely with everyone in it. And nothing terrible has happened to anyone as a result of being around me.
Well, of course nothing bad's happened.
I'm still a bit anxious about everything, but I decided to adopt a more easygoing attitude. I'd like to emulate you in your nonchalant demeanor, how you can just move through the world without a care.
You're making me sound kind of irresponsible. But you know what? I'm okay with that.
Cut me some slack. I'm a young
I say
dad.
if you want to talk to people, then talk to them. If you want to be alone, then do that. I really think it's best to just be yourself. Don't force anything.
Yes, I think so too. But I fear my adoptive father might chastise me again if I say that to him.
Hubert, we have a father that we need you to take care of.
I'm not so sure about that. I think he'd acknowledge how far you've come if he saw you now.
You really think so?
You might not have noticed, but you're a lot different than you used to be. You're definitely somewhat sociable. More so, even.
I just hope that's good enough for him.
I'd like to think it will be. Well, I mean, I guess I don't really know what kind of guy your father is.
Sometimes I think you say whatever pops into your head without thinking. I suppose that's what I like about you, isn't it? I can already tell I'm going to learn a lot from you.
Hello, Creative Cloud.
I wouldn't go that far.
That was really sweet support for Marianne. You learn more about Marianne and her dad in Golden Wildfire. Wish it got more attention, though. Huh, interesting. I like that you're stupid and open. The new Empire will have a dad correction force. It's just Hubert. There's a joke in the fandom about Marianne being the kid of a canon pairing from Echoes. Interesting.
Like this? No, it's more like that.
Lysithia, it isn't often I find you in the kitchen.
I could say the same. What are you doing here at this hour?
Oh, I just wanted to bake some treats for everyone.
To improve morale, right? In that case, I'll help. 4 hands are better than 2 and all that.
That would be wonderful.
He's
If you
just
could
gonna
start
start
by
eating
peeling this
everything.
fruit and... Oh dear.
What's wrong?
These fruits have mostly spoiled. I was going to add them for the fragrance, but in this state... Well, it's not like we can go out and buy more, so we'll just have to leave them out.
Just to take stock, what ingredients do we currently have on hand?
Well, we have eggs, flour, sugar, and a very small amount of oil.
Sounds like there's no good substitute for the fruit then. We'll have to get creative.
Do you have something in mind?
I do, actually. If we boil the sugar in a pot...
Thank you, Lysithia. I think everyone will love them. And filling them with that sweet syrup you made was a marvelous idea.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite go-to tricks. But still, I couldn't have done it without you.
Really? I suppose I helped a little, but...
I still dream about those rainbow cookies you made. Ever since I had them, I've spent all my free time researching how to be a better baker. That's actually where I got the idea to make that syrup. So you were more help than you thought.
Oh, but you're always so busy training. Are you sure you're getting enough rest?
Honestly, baking is a nice break. Plus, it's when I'm busy that I need sweets the most.
Well, I'm glad you found your own way to relax.
I still think exercising, studying magic, and daily training are important. But I realize taking breaks every now and then improves my productivity too.
Goodness, you really have changed. You seem more mature now, like a responsible young woman.
I've always been mature, thank you very much.
Well then, maybe you're simply wiser, like a wizened old grandmother.
Not sure I'd call myself... You know what? Never mind. I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, Mercy is in mom mode.
Lysithia, would you like to have another tea party with me sometime? I'd love to try some of your baking for myself.
Sure. I suppose we could do that. Maybe then you'll finally teach me how to make those cookies.
Oh yeah. Mercy's definitely adopting everyone. She's the mom.
Lysithia!
Must you cry out my name whenever you see me? Yes, well, what do you need?
A moment of your time, nothing more. I have an issue I would like to discuss.
Very well, but please make it fast.
It concerns your future.
Huh?
I just could not understand why a talented young woman such as yourself would make such a rash and frankly illogical decision. Why would you throw away your nobility? Why must you live with such hasty abandon? I sought answers to these questions. I attempted to understand your reason for living.
That seems invasive.
Could you not, though? It's incredibly irritating. Fine, whatever. Keep talking.
Right. Well, in the end, I happened upon your secret and came here
How,
to talk to you.
Ferd?
I know you have been condemned to a brief life.
How?
So you know the truth. Good for you. Well, as I have no options or choice in the matter, I'd appreciate you just leaving it be.
Do you truly have no options?
And what option do you think is open to me? I can't do anything but take on responsibility for my parents.
I do not know. At least, not right now, but...
Don't you think I'd do something if I could?
Of course. And as I said, I lack a solution to the issue at present. Though there may only be little time left to you, does it mean there is no tomorrow? No day after that? As long as you draw breath, you can take action.
And what action can I possibly take, Ferdinand? I stopped clinging to false hope long ago.
Do not turn away from the magic of possibility. Lord Arundel, and the others who worked in the shadows of the Empire, left behind a great deal of information. And
I guess
as
that's
you know,
how we found out?
I have been delving into that information with Hubert. In the course of our work, we located records of the fell experiments conducted at House Ordelia.
You did?
We did. Now, there is no guarantee we will stumble across a solution to your particular problem. But we have the wisest minds of the Empire, including Linhart, Professor Hanneman, and many others, researching the matter as we speak. So please, just hold on a little longer, Lysithea. Let us finish this before your life flickers out.
That's... I don't even... Ferdinand, wait! Let me help with the research too! That way would be better! Much, much better! Wait for me!
That was very sweet of Ferd. You can definitely see him and Hubert working on that, because obviously Hubert would want to be working on that for Edelgard too. So you could see them working together to try to find a solution. Hey, Umbreons. Love Ferd, he's so positive even if he's a little dumb about it.
May I speak with you a moment?
Oh, yeah. I was just about to take a break. You need something?
Our relationship has been strained for a while, so I thought it was time to resolve our issues.
It has?
Yes. At least I felt that way ever since the incident.
The incident?
Oh, you mean that time you were hollering about some ghost, but it turned out to be a dead tree? I didn't think anything about that. And I didn't tell anyone either.
No, not that. Well, yes, there was that, but there was another, more defining incident. Remember?
Are you talking about the time I treated you like a kid and you got all mad?
Yes, of course that's what I'm talking about.
Probably happened more than once. You're gonna have to narrow it down.
That happened a long time ago. Has it really been eating at you ever since?
Well, I mean, I was unable to maintain my composure and got rather aggressive with you over trivial details. I kept telling myself that I had to apologize, but I could never bring myself to do it. But now, I'm sorry.
Well, I'd like to apologize too. I should have been more careful with what I said. Why does being called a kid upset you so much? If you don't think of yourself that way, then any comments of the kind should be like water off a duck's back.
Look, I'm a tiny bit younger than everyone else, and it doesn't help that I'm shorter too. Plus, I do have somewhat of a baby face.
Really? You don't look that young to me.
She's your what, 20?
You don't think so?
Oh, right, your question mark, just like Byleth, because that's
now
not suspicious.
That I really look at you, I think you're a very pretty young woman. You act real mature, too.
Oh, no, I'm not really.
You are lying out your ass
but
right
most
now.
importantly, your skill at commanding troops puts all the real adults to shame.
Hold on. Real adults? So what you're saying is that I'm ultimately still just a child?
Crud, I misspoke. What I meant was...
There you go, making excuses again. Now I know exactly what you think of me.
This conversation's going sideways again, isn't it?
It would seem so. Though, I suppose forgiving you would be the mature thing to do.
Hey, there you go. See? You are a real grown-up, Lysithea.
Something about this still rubs me the wrong way, but... Oh, fine. I just ask that you keep treating me like the adult I am.
18? You're still a baby, Lysithea. Since there are no S supports, that's sort of the game's way of saying Lysithea will live. Her support with Ferd? Yeah, well, somehow. I have a feeling that that is... for this route, maybe. I don't know about the others, though.
That's not true at all.
But... Oh, look who it is.
You really don't look like a kid. You shouldn't worry about it.
You think so?
Who's this
yeah.
rando?
Now that I really look at you, I think you're a very pretty young woman.
Why are you saying
you
the
act real
same
mature,
thing that you
too.
just said to Lysithea?
Oh, you're just saying that. I'm not like that at all.
Excuse me? Just what do you think you're doing?
Whoa, what's wrong, Lysithea?
You were speaking to a girl just now, correct?
Just now? Oh yeah, I was. What about it?
Care to explain that line you fed her?
What? Did I say something weird?
Allow me to refresh your memory. Now that I really look at you, I think you're a very pretty young woman. You act real mature, too. You said the same exact thing to me, remember? I'm not a fool, you know. So what? You just go around spouting off the same lines to everyone?
Whoa, wait! Just calm down. I know, that was wrong of me. But I do have an explanation.
By all means, enlighten me.
Just hear me out. You might have noticed, but giving advice isn't exactly my strong suit. And yet for some reason, people always ask for my opinion on their problems. I never know what's best or how to respond. So I memorized a bunch of lines from some stories so that I'd at least have something to say.
What story were you reading that gave you that line? Because,
And it just so happens one of those lines is.
Was it written by
complimenting a girl.
Sylvain?
So what you said didn't come from you, but rather some fictional character?
Yeah, that about sums it up. I'm really sorry.
And then when people have asked for your advice, you've just parroted back some meaningless words. I can't believe you!
I thought it would be better than people getting mad at me for being honest.
I hope Bernie's not writing about that.
Hearing the truth is always more preferable. So tell me now, what do you honestly think of me?
I'm just saying, telling young girls they're pretty and mature for their age, those kind of lines,
To be honest, half the time I don't even understand how I feel myself. But if I had to put it into words, I'd say, you make me smile when you're around. You're interesting all the time. When I'm with you, it's like I never want to leave.
Is that so? Very well. I will endeavor to keep that in mind. I apologize for pressing you. I have matters I must attend to right now. So,
Yeah, it
I
sounded
wanted
like
to
another
tell her
line,
that
didn't
she's
it?
fun and I never get bored around her, but it came out all weird. Oh well, hopefully she got it.
Most of the supports are pretty good. That chain was just kind of stupid. So... It came out like you have feelings for it? Yeah, and it's just
there you are.
creepy.
Here to complain again, Lawrence?
Do I look like a
It
man
is
who
just
does nothing but
a
complain?
weird thing to
Simply
say.
preposterous.
Okay, then what do you want?
I'm not sure if you noticed, but I have grown remarkably stronger as of late. I've poured all my effort, nay, my very blood, into these results. And do
Oh
you
yeah,
know
no,
why
I would
that
never
is?
ship them. Definitely not. I picked the borrow line and you said the same thing, Cheese. Wow. It did sound like a line.
To win the war, right?
That may be part of it, yes. But the impetus came from you throwing down the gauntlet.
I don't remember doing anything like that.
You surely could not have forgotten. Your words ring true in my ears even now. It was something like, if you don't want people running in to save you, then you just gotta get stronger than me.
That does sound like me.
And I believe I responded, the day my strength surpasses yours, my noble personage will save your commoner skin and restore the proper order to this world.
Did you?
Yes, I most certainly did. And now that day has finally come. I am a man of my word, after all. If I could only just rescue you from a perilous spot in battle, I
It's
will have
just
truly
another
fulfilled
line
my
she has
vow.
read in a book. Yeah, now I'm gonna look at everything she
that was a
says and be
vow,
like,
huh?
are you being genuine? Or are you
Yes,
just
one I
vomiting
whispered into
things
the
you
ears of
read?
the goddess herself. Yet you seem dead set
I don't
on
know, that's the
foiling
part
my
made
every
she
opportunity
seem
to fulfill
extra
it.
stupid.
Somehow you never stumble, never falter on the battlefield. It's almost as if you're an army all on your own. And so, despite my every intention to rush in and rescue you, the opportunity never arises. Well, what do you plan to do about this?
Okay, see what you're
Nothing.
doing right now? You're complaining again. But you've got it all wrong. The reason I don't run into trouble in battle isn't because I'm all-powerful or something.
Hi, Leibniz.
It's because
How
I
are
have
you?
reliable allies like you fighting alongside me. So you see, you've already fulfilled your
She's
vow.
Crom's descendant after all, clearly.
Well, I must say, I'm quite impressed with myself. It seems
Oh
I've
my
managed
God.
to save your life without even realizing it. Which means I, Lawrence Hellman Gloucester, have emerged victorious in our challenge.
Speaking of idiots. Oh, Lorenz.
Challenge? What challenge? All of this was your idea. I never agreed to any of it. And besides, I don't think you've actually accomplished anything yet. I mean, you don't really think you're stronger than me, do you?
Ah, throwing down another gauntlet. Very well then. How about a little sparring session, right here and now?
Bring it. But no complaining if you lose, all right?
Happy to catch some stream. How's the supports going? Most of them have been really good.
It's been a while since we sent that letter, but we still haven't received
Oh yeah,
a
this is all about
response.
her mom and not about Ash.
Yeah. We know the village chief got it, though. And we know he read it. The soldier who delivered it confirmed as much.
But he never wrote back. I wonder why.
Hard to say. Maybe he just doesn't want to get involved. Or maybe he doesn't remember us. Part of me almost wonders if my mom didn't make him promise not to tell me anything. Not that I have any proof she'd do that.
Man, those bots are still flying around.
It's too bad, you know? We should probably assume we're never getting a response and just leave it at that. And we don't have any other leads either, so there's not much point holding out hope. I mean, yeah, I want to know more about my mom, but it's not the end of the world if I can't. You had to give up learning about your parents too, right?
I did, but...
No matter what kind of past my mom had, she'll always be my mom, and I'll always be me. I know that she put every bit of herself into raising me, and that's what matters. There's nothing more important than that in my book.
You're right. Whatever your parents did before they had you, and wherever they are now, they'll always be your parents.
Glad you understand.
What if they're evil, though?
And hey, not knowing the truth lets me make up all sorts of stories about her in my head.
I'm just saying.
Oh,
maybe it's
you
better we
mean
don't know
like
them.
imagining she was actually a high-ranking noble, forced into obscurity.
Not a bad idea, but not totally original either. I was thinking more along the lines of a legendary knight, known throughout every
A
inch of
bot
Fodlan.
follower.
Or maybe a mysterious adventurer who came from somewhere far beyond its borders.
That would be incredible if it were true, and it would certainly explain why she was so knowledgeable. Still, I'm sorry I couldn't help you in the end.
It's all good, Ash. Without you, I never would have spent all this time thinking about my mom and who she really was. So even though we came up empty-handed, I'd say the journey itself was entirely worth it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I should probably get going. Just remembered I've got a huge to-do list and not nearly enough time to do it. See ya!
Huh? I could have sworn I saw the commander here a moment ago.
Oh, you just missed them. I can take a message if you want, though.
In that
Was she
case,
dead?
please deliver this letter.
Oh, we just don't. What the fuck was the point of that if you're not gonna... So what, are we supposed to assume Ash never gives us that letter? Why did it end there? You have a theory on Cheese's mom. I have some thoughts, but nothing really concrete yet. I feel like she's probably connected in some way to the other characters. Or another character. So I have some ideas, but nothing that I'm like willing to bet on just yet. They might be leaving it for DLC. But they just gonna put all the mom shit in DLC? It's Rhea? Dude, that would be a twist. I would actually love that. That would be kind of awesome. I mean, unless they ruined it. Like they did with Azure Gleam. But, you know. That was a bad ending. It gives you nothing. So yeah, maybe they are gonna save it. If they don't do anything with it, that's irritating. To leave it there. Because you could have cut that part out and just left their conversation end and it would have been fine. But the fact that they showed that is like... Okay, come on. Bet it's Anselma. I was thinking that too, Toko. Like, right now, that's kind of one of the options floating around in my head. Because there aren't S supports in this. So, it just makes me wonder if Cheese isn't related to somebody in some way. Add to the pile of why I just don't really like Ash, damn. The truth was too horrifying. What was it, Gilbert? Give her this letter. It's blank, by the way. Timeline doesn't work for her. That was my first guess. Well, we don't know how old Cheese is, though, do we? I mean, I'm pretty sure her profile says question mark, question mark, question mark. Also, we have no idea, like... Or, I mean, some of you might, I guess, if you finish the game. I don't know exactly what's going on between Shez and those who slither in the dark. Because clearly there's a connection. I just don't know what it is yet. Edelgard's lost surviving sibling. I mean, it would certainly be interesting if they went that way.
That should be everything in its place now.
And high time we took a break, if you ask me. Lugging all those boxes was hard work. Hey, why don't you join me for a meal? Might be nice to head into town for once.
I'm not that hungry just yet, though. Oh, I've got it. If you'd like, we could have a tea party. I have a cache of delicious treats we can eat as well.
Tea party.
Sure, I guess I could go for some tea. Where'd that idea come from, though?
Cheese isn't used to tea time.
Well, I received some sugar recently as a gift from one of the soldiers I mended back to health. I used it to bake the most wonderful confections. I'd love for you to try them.
Huh, that does sound good. And a little something sweet once in a while never hurt anyone.
Then we're settled. Give me just a moment, I'll get everything ready.
Whoa, these are incredible. I've never had anything quite like them before.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm particularly happy with how those turned out.
It does actually taste kind of familiar, though. Almost like the snack my mom used to make.
Really? You don't say.
Yeah, I was raised in this little village off in the mountains, absolutely surrounded by nature. Sometimes, Mom would go out and gather fruit from the trees, then bake things with them.
There's nothing better than a dessert made with fresh fruit. I love them myself. You can knead them into dough and bake them, or preserve them in honey so they can be enjoyed the whole year round.
My mom's stuff was never quite as fancy as the things you make, but they were special in their own way. And even though we didn't have them too often, just one hint of that flavor, and it's like I'm a kid again. Guess they were just that good.
It's wonderful you have that memory to look back on. I can tell the time you spent with your mother was very precious to you.
For sure. Though I don't remember it too well anymore.
Can I ask you something? Do you ever wish you could return to the past? To those days with your mother?
It would be great to go back if I could, yeah. We'd have so much more to talk about now that I'm older. But the past is the past. My mom is gone, and there's nothing I can do to change that.
Yes. Yes, I suppose you're right.
Hey, what's wrong? Was it something I said?
Oh, my apologies. I must have been daydreaming for a moment there. Here, try this one next. I made it specially to pair with the tea.
Sure. Thanks.
Aw. Cute. What's Mercy's favorite fruit? Banana. I don't know. Apples, maybe. Think after the Dusker shit happened, she disappeared, lived alone until she found cheese. That's my guess. Interesting. Could be. I mean, it could be freaking Seteth's wife. She somehow survived the war and lost all her memories and found cheese. After the Spot Pass characters in Awakening, literally anything is possible, no matter how outlandish. She strikes you as a peach girl.
There you are, Lynn.
I can see her liking peaches.
Oh, Dorothea. How unusual. I didn't expect to see you in a place like this.
It's not unusual when I've been looking for you literally everywhere. You skipped out on the War Council meeting this morning, and Adi was livid.
Yes, something came up that required pulling an all-nighter 2 nights in a row, so I had some sleep debts to repay.
Next time, maybe spare a thought for the person who'll get stuck having to track you down. We discussed important matters in the meeting, you know. There was some kind of accident, and now we're experiencing a delay on supplies.
And now we need to ration our food? It's a pain, but these things happen. In the worst case, we're supposed to be considering ways to forage for food ourselves, right? I suppose I can handle it if we need to fish, but I'll have to pass on tromping through the fields and mountains to harvest wild whatevers.
Wait, how do you know all this? You weren't even at the meeting, were you?
Because I had someone who attended take
I was
notes from me.
asleep under the table.
Wait, you had someone...
More importantly, you should go to Her Majesty and propose a review of our supply logistics. Considering our current position on the front lines, we should break up the transportation of provisions along multiple routes. It may cost a little more to split things up, but it'll allow us to avoid situations like this. Overall, it should provide many benefits, and the plan will be viable for use in future campaigns too.
Wow.
Dorothea?
He had his intern do it.
This sort of thing really
He was
gets
his
your brain
intern.
going, huh? Still, I wish you'd just go to the meetings and share all of these opinions. People would be thrilled at your resourcefulness, you know.
Oh, I'm quite happy with things the way they are. Attending meetings would only add to my headaches.
I mean,
You can only run from this for so long, Lynn. And sure, I'll propose what you asked me to, but I'm going to do so in your name.
Wait, are you serious?
Oh, very much so. I couldn't possibly take the credit for something you thought up, right?
I suppose that's fair.
Cyril isn't here though.
I can feel the
Monica
headaches forming already.
Linhardt's like, Edelgard would really appreciate it if you did this for me. The tragedy of Dusker was only 6 years ago. I'm not disagreeing with your logic, Great Destroyer. I'm just saying Emryn literally yeeted herself off of a cliff and they were like, yeah, she survived. Also there, you know, all these kids came back from the future. I'm just saying, you never know what they will do with the plot.
I've been looking for you, Lynn. Here you go.
Ah, the notes from the War Council this morning. Thank you.
Say, why do you always ask me to do this now?
Well, you know the situation, so it just makes it easier. Especially now that I've had more projects dropped on my lap.
They're projects that you yourself proposed.
Besides, your handwriting is beautifully legible. Your way with words makes the material quite easy to digest. Really, it's delightful.
If you think I'm going to keep being your scribe just because you compliment me, think again.
Hello, Dorothea. How good to see you recovered.
Yes, I'm better now, thanks. The fever's all gone. Though, I'm way behind on everything because of it, so if you'll excuse me, I need to get caught up.
Here.
Are these notes? Wait, did you take notes for me the whole time I was recovering?
Yes. I summarized any essential information I thought you might need.
Well, that was
War councils,
thoughtful,
scouting
Linhardt.
reports, that kind of thing.
So, this is your handwriting? Like, yours.
Why do you look so surprised? You do this exact same thing for me all the time. It's only natural that I'd step in for you during a time of illness.
Huh. You really are a strange guy. You know that? You never want to do anything that takes even the slightest effort, even when someone asks. And yet you went to all this trouble for me. So, like I said, you're strange. And a little infuriating.
If you say so. Personally, I think everything would be a lot easier if everyone behaved as I do. Actually, that would be great. Our war councils would take 5 minutes a day, tops.
And be pointless. Most days we'd probably just have an empty room because no one bothered to show up.
Oh no, it would absolutely be like that.
You know, I feel like I understand you a little better.
Being understood sounds like a bother in its own right. Oh well, I suppose we'll cross that particular bridge when we arrive at it. But for now, I'm afraid I'm quite tired.
Of course you are. Well, since I'm all better now, why don't you go ahead and sleep on my behalf? I'll take care of things while you do.
Better not. You're still recovering. Oh, and I forgot to mention that I found people to handle all your assigned work. So, take a day off and enjoy a long nap, all right?
I wish you were this nice on a regular basis. But despite that, you do have your charms.
I'm perfectly happy lacking charms, so don't bother looking for weird new ones in me.
Okay, seriously.
It's a ship I cannot get behind. I know, it's just they never shut the fuck up about it being 6 years ago and Azure Gleam is drilled into my head. Oh boy. I feel like every character has to say 6 years ago every chapter. Sounds fun. Ball Pass is non-canon in my eyes. Most people's, I think. Depends on who you ask. Yeah, I would imagine it depends on who you're talking to. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, Joker. No one ships Lynn and Dorothea? You'll say that, and then someone will be like, actually. I just never understood that they could, you know, have an ending together and, like, be romantically together, because that's one that just doesn't make sense to me.
What am I supposed to say to Ferdy? Oh, this is such a problem. All my animosity towards him has been due to a misunderstanding on my part. I really owe him a...
Dorothea!
Ferdy. It's just like running around screaming people's names today.
I shall not approach any closer. So pray, stand there and hear me out. My deepest apologies for what happened the other day. I fear
Bird.
I may have wounded you most grievously.
Please stop.
As I am a fool who knows not
Why
how
are you
I upset
screaming?
You may freely laugh and jeer at my inadequacies.
There's some kind of lover's quarrel, maybe?
Oh my god.
You think he's cheating on her? Nah, couldn't be. But then again...
Wow, shut up.
Oh, for the love of... Ferdy! Please stop screaming our private business for all the world to hear!
But you told me to stay
Oh my
away
God.
from you, and I must not disregard your wishes in the matter. I implore you to forgive me. I have no wish for our relationship to end in such a horrid manner.
This is getting good. Can't say the lady looks too into it, though.
Get the fuck out of here.
True, but if two folks really and truly love each other,
Oh my
they can
God.
overcome anything.
I forgive you, Ferdy! Now for the love of everything, stop shouting!
Thank you for forgiving me, Dorothea. And thank you for hearing out my thoughts on the matter.
Oh, I think everyone heard you out.
Yep.
I see. Then you are still cross with me.
Listen, Ferdy, you don't need to apologize.
Does this mean you will never forgive me for as long as I live? Whatever am I to do?
Just listen to me for a second. You don't have to apologize to me because I'm the one who should be apologizing to you.
Oh? But why? I should not think you have any defects to speak of.
I overheard you and Adi talking the other day. When you were telling her about the water nymph you saw in the fountain in Enbar? Well, I'm fairly sure what you thought was a nymph was actually me, as a child.
Come again?
That was the day I met Manuela and was invited to be a singer, and I was over the moon about it.
This is awkward.
I slipped into the fountain to wash up, hoping to scrub some of the dirt off of me. And then you appeared.
I see. But if the beautiful water nymph was actually you, then that means...
Yes, right. Anyway, I got embarrassed thinking about it, which is why I told you to stay away. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah, Edelgard and Hubert are definitely
I am
watching this
glad
exchange.
we were able to clear that up.
Well, that was awkward.
Interesting theory. I'll have to make a mental note of that.
Isn't it a bit late to be studying, Dorothea?
What is
Hi
it with
there,
Fire
Adi.
Emblem and the
Looks
embarrassed
like I'm
nude
not the
girl
only one
trope?
burning
I
the
don't know,
midnight
but I
oil.
wish the trope would die.
You should get to bed.
A horrible
All-nighters are
death.
the bane of clear skin, you know.
I assume that also applies to you.
What can I say? You all work so hard, I figured I should dedicate myself to my studies. Especially when it comes to strategy and tactics. Those are real blind spots for me.
You would have had a chance to learn them if we'd remained at the Officers' Academy. I suppose you missed out on all sorts of experiences now that I think about it.
80, please.
No, wait. My decision and my actions are partly to blame for robbing you of those opportunities. I feel I owe you an apology for that.
You did what you thought was right. And anyway, it's not like any of us saw all these problems with the Kingdom and Alliance coming.
Yes, but...
Look, I admit I may have been a little sad when the Academy went on hiatus. I mean, I worked my tail off to get into that place. It was hard. Really hard. Oh, and when the school shut down, there went my best chance of finding Mr. Right. Or Miss.
I knew it was upsetting you. Dorothea, I am truly, deeply sorry.
Hold on, 80. Let me finish. I was about to say that if we did stay at the Academy, you would have been terribly unhappy. You'd have had all this gloom and uncertainty hanging over you about your father and the future of the Empire. I think it might have broken you.
Spoiler, it doesn't.
A slight exaggeration, wouldn't you say?
For what it's worth, I'm glad you're free of that torment, and can now work towards building the world you envision. I like this new life working under you. It suits me.
Please don't say that. The part about you working under me, I mean. I like to think we work side by side and hand in hand. You are always a tremendous help to me.
Wow.
I consider you
What a
dear
dictator.
friend, and I say that not just as the Emperor, but as a peer.
Thanks, 80.
It's horrid behavior.
Do you mind if I take that and run with it? Dorothea, dearest friend of the Emperor, has a really nice ring to it. I was fine with Dorothea the Mystical Songstress, but this new title has a real warmth and dignity thing going on.
In that case, allow me to meet you halfway. Henceforth, I shall be known as Emperor Edelgard, dearest friend of the Songstress.
Oh, no, that'll never do. Because if you do that, it would make me dearest friend of the dearest friend of the Songstress.
Well, we certainly can't have that. How about you just promise not to be a stranger, hmm?
This ship is sailing
Whatever
better
the
than
rest of
hers
the
with
world
Ferd.
demands, I want the two of us to always be there for each other.
I would like that very much indeed.
Cuties. That was very sweet. This is not a heterosexual conversation. No, it is not. That's because Dorothy has more chemistry with women than men. She certainly seems to.
Bernadetta, what are you doing here?
Oh, why is Bernie crying?
Uh-oh, looks like I'm interrupting. I'll be going.
Leonard! Listen to me! Remember the two people we saw out on a date
Oh
here?
my god!
Well, the guy died.
I
Sadly,
wasn't
that sort of
expecting
thing
that.
does happen. Another tragic love story for the books, I suppose.
I really believed they'd live happily ever after, and I can't take an ending like this. It's so awful.
Perhaps so, but this is the result of the Empire choosing war.
But I thought the power of their love for each other would see them through safe and sound.
Well, this got real
You expect
fast.
too much from love. Yes, there are instances where emotion allows the body to go beyond the bounds of what should be possible.
Linhart's not the right
But the
person to be
effects
talking
are
to
quite
about
minor.
this.
It's certainly not going to bring the dead back to life.
I know that, Linhart. I just think it's sad. I mean,
Don't tell
don't
Ray.
you think it's sad?
If pushed, yes, I would consider that to be sad.
What is wrong with you?
I didn't even know the man's name. Also, plenty of our enemies die, so why are we only sad for allies?
Because they're, you know, our allies?
I wouldn't want you to die, of course. That would make me quite sad.
Thanks, Lynn.
And I don't want to see you die either, Linhart. I'd cry even more if you died. Just the thought of it makes me...
Linhart, meh.
Makes me...
Oh dear. Please don't cry over things that haven't happened yet.
Linhart, you don't understand anxiety.
Oh, no. That's what I'm doing. I'm so sorry, Linhart.
It's fine. But to that point, let's just
Maybe
make sure
Linhart
you
is
and I both
Muriel's
survive this war together.
Descendant of the
If we
clone
can do
Laurent?
that, what you said will have come true, and I'll happily apologize.
Apologize? For what?
Do not support this relationship. No, they
For
would not
disputing the
work
idea
together
that
as a
two
couple.
people's feelings for each other can help them overcome the risk of death. After all, the two of us surviving the war would refute any arguments I've made to the contrary.
Oh, I get it. So you and me and the power of our feelings for each other could... wait, are what now?
No.
All of this earnest conversation has
Absolutely
me
not.
exhausted. Time for some
I'm
sleep.
putting a stop to this.
Again? Oh,
F?
don't you dare fall asleep on me now! If you do that, I'm leaving you here!
What a rest.
Definitely thought that was going to be the end.
What's going on there?
Is this really happening? Oh, my prayers have been answered.
When I was about to die, your face floated into my mind, and then a miracle happened.
It seems reports of his death in battle were greatly exaggerated. I'll have to let Bernadetta know. Although given her sensibility, she's as likely to think he's a ghost as she is to be happy about it.
Well, what an ending. We got more closure about that relationship than Cheese's mom. My goodness.
Alright, now just... What's with the weird design on this piece here?
That is no design, Caspar, but a fracture.
What
And
did
a
we learn this
perfectly
game ships
straight one
Bernie
at
and
that,
Lynn? No,
which
thank
makes
you.
it rather hard to
Absolutely
discern.
not.
Repairing it will likely not prove
I don't
worth
really
the
ship
bother.
Lynn with most people.
Best relegate the piece to life as training equipment.
Wow, you really know your stuff, Ferdinand. I'm clueless when it comes to this kind of thing. Sometimes I think you know everything.
Oh, I am not quite so impressive as that. But you seem troubled by something, Caspar. What is it? No, forgive my presumption. Perhaps I was merely imagining it.
See? You do know everything. Something is kind of bothering me.
Lynn only wants
I
to
was
be
talking to
shipped
someone
with
the other day
crests.
about how I want to distinguish myself in battle, and they said that meant I wanted the war to go on forever. Of course, I told them they were nuts. Then I actually started thinking about it. About what I'll be doing when the war ends, I mean. About what I'll even...
You ship Lynn with a pillow.
I do not think you have cause to worry. We may not know what the future
I'm
holds.
fine with Linhardt and Caspar.
You are delivering great results as a leader. Surely you'll be held in esteem for such.
Sure, but doesn't that just mean my life is about nothing but fighting? I'm not a guy like you who's good at pretty much everything, so... Listen to me. I can't remember the last time I got in my own head like this.
Nonsense. We all have our worries. Why, even I have one or two of my own.
Even
Oh,
me,
yeah?
Ferdinand the
Like
Noble.
what?
Well, your earlier appraisal of my boundless talent, for one.
Huh? That's true. Also, why would you need to worry about being good at everything?
Oh, there is no doubt I can handle most things without much difficulty. And there are few things I have strong preferences about. Stimulants such as coffee aside.
Right. Which means...
But to me, that fact is nothing more than the flip side of having no prominent talents. I am a purveyor of all trades, but an expert in none. A man such as yourself, who possesses rare ability in a single field, is positively dazzling.
What? Okay, you are seriously overthinking this entire thing, Ferdinand. Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled you have a high opinion of me, but any comparison of us is always gonna end with my being humiliated.
Do you truly think so?
Look, I'm bad at the sciences, hopeless with strategy, and a complete oaf when it comes to coordinating anything besides tying my own shoes. But you can help me with all that stuff. And not just me, you can help everyone shore up their weak points. Sheesh. Alright, that's enough worry for one day. Time to go run until I puke.
Sounds fun.
Caspar, wait! And
He's gone.
Still, I suppose the man makes an intriguing point. My lack of weaknesses does give me a unique ability to offer aid to everyone.
This big dumb.
I think that's enough for one day. You really know how to make me work up a sweat.
You kept me on my toes as well, Caspar. Thank you.
Hey now, you'll never have to twist my arm to get me to train. Just shout when you want to go again. Oh, and we should invite Raphael next time. The muscles on that guy are something else.
I'll keep that in mind.
What
I
if we
often
hadn't
have trouble
recruited
finding
him?
people to spar with.
No surprise there. Not like folks are lining up for a chance to knock the Emperor's teeth out.
You seem to have no problem coming after my teeth. Sometimes I think you're trying to kill me.
What?
Don't tell
no,
Hubert that.
I mean, I only do it because I know you can handle it, right? Look, just don't say anything to Hubert, okay? If he finds out we're sparring, he'll have me cut into pieces and dumped into the nearest river for sure.
He already knows. I convinced him that I need the training if I'm to stand on the front lines.
Oh, that's a relief. So, why do you, by the way? Fight on the front lines, I mean. You're an incredible fighter, but the Empire would be in deep, deep trouble if anything happened to you. And it's not like you're after the glory like I am. Shouldn't you just hang back and send us orders from some distant hilltop? Seems like it goes pretty hard against that rationality thing you're always talking about.
Caspar? Lecturing me on what's sensible? I must be dreaming. But yes, you're right. It's not entirely rational.
See? I'm a thinking man sometimes.
That's not to say I don't have a rational reason. My presence on the front lines improves morale, and my skill betters our hope of victory. So long as I don't fall in battle, taking the field is the smartest thing I can do.
Right, sure. So, what's the unrational part?
The emotional side. I can't stand the idea of remaining safe, while friends and comrades alike risk their lives for our cause. You're all out there on my command,
Wow, what a monster.
taking lives from others and giving your own in return. It doesn't seem fair for me to do any less.
Except that you're the Emperor.
And I say the Emperor should help.
Hey, I get it. You want to get in the dirt with the rest of us to pull your weight, right? You and me are the same in that way.
A dreadful suggestion, but I'll allow it.
Oh, come on. You should be happy. Here I thought we were completely different people, but it turns out there's a little Caspar in you after all.
That's some phrasing.
You know, I can't even imagine you lording over us from far away. You work best when you're down in the mud with the rest of us, sending chumps flying.
If there's a
Dictator
little
talk right
Caspar in
there.
me, perhaps it's time to put a bit of someone else in you. Someone with manners, perhaps?
Damn.
Ugh, the M word? No thanks. You know all that politeness would only hold me back.
Truly, she's a tyrant that stands on a pile of bodies, both friend and foe. Oh yes, truly. Truly, truly. What a way to start a support.
Why are you always doing that?
A question, if I may.
For fun.
Have you had any further contact with our slithering friends since that day?
Not in the slightest. Why? Do you know something?
Yes, actually. What with the riots in Rim territory and the former Duke Aegir's attempted rebellion. Thanks to that, we now have a lead on the insurgents within the Empire, as well as those who slither in the dark. Speaking to the latter, I also tried to determine if they had been attempting to reach you, or otherwise thought you an ally. But at present, it seems neither is the case, regrettably.
You and I have been talking a lot lately, Hubert. About the future of the Empire, promoting commoners. I would have hoped I'd earned your trust by now, but I guess that's not how this thing goes. Not to say I don't get where you're coming from. The Emperor's right-hand man can't afford to let his guard down.
Believe me, it brings me no joy and, in fact, some guilt to doubt you so. But I must be prepared for any eventuality. When needs must, I have made even my greatest enemy feel as though they are a trusted friend. Yet, at times I have also shown extreme suspicion towards those who were, in all manners, undeserving of it.
Yeah, I get it. Keep your cards close to the chest. Never let them know what you're actually thinking. You really are something, you know that? I'm just glad we're on the same side.
I must admit, I only tell you all this because I do, in fact, consider you deserving of my trust. Even if you were once connected to those who slither in the dark, that is clearly behind you now. So believe me when I say, I have the utmost confidence in you.
Are you flirting with me? Because it's starting to feel like it.
Not sure how much you really mean that, but I'm glad to hear you say it at least. Thanks, Hubert.
How very diplomatic. Just the response I would have expected from you. Enough on that, though. Our problem now is what lurks beneath your mind's veneer.
What do you mean?
I can sense another you bubbling away behind the one you present to the world. Call it intuition.
His name
what
is
really
Larva.
worries me is that you may one day shed this husk you bear now and become that someone else entirely.
That foreshadowing.
Another me, huh? Well, I appreciate the concern, but even if that someone does exist, I won't let them overtake me. I mean, come on! I'd shove that other me right
Maybe
back
in
where
a
they
world
came
where
from and earn
Byleth
your
is not
trust once and for all.
recruited.
Though, just so we're clear, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Guess we'll see.
Very well. I suppose I will have to take your word. For now. In any case, I hope that as we inscribe Fodlan's new future, we do so with you by our side.
I don't know, seemed a little flirty to me. To be fair, he managed to suss out Sothis and Byleth's head. Imagine Hubert just turns into a swarm of bats and reforms behind people. I hope so.
Good news. We've dislodged another foothold those who slither in the dark held in Empire territory.
Good news? That's great! So that soldier was one of theirs after all, huh?
He was. It's uncanny how you managed to identify their agents so precisely. Ordinary spies would be one thing, but these villains are another entirely.
I'd like to say it's just intuition, but there's more to it than that. It's my power. Their magic is almost identical to the one I use, so it's not hard for me to pick up on. Guess we have Hubert to thank for connecting the dots between the two.
Everyone playing Animal Crossing.
You would hold such an important key.
It's a very important support.
The more I look back, the more I realize. Without you among our ranks, I may never have broken the stranglehold those who slither in the dark exerted on the Empire.
Me? What did I do?
Our hidden foe was deeply entrenched in almost every facet of Adrestian society. The two were almost inseparable. And so I turned a blind eye to the lives that were being lost to their cruel designs, opting instead to focus my energy on preparing for war. But then you came along and helped show me a way to kill two snakes with one stone, as it were.
Interesting.
You were the cog that was missing from the turnwheel, the one final push that urged me to act.
Right. Well, I'm not sure I can take credit for that, but I'm glad I could be there for you all the same. Really makes me wonder why you all didn't trust me, though.
Yes, I can see your point. It was my mistake. In any case, I'd like you to know just how pleased I am to have you fighting alongside us. You were a perfect stranger who owed nothing to the Empire. Yet you're still here. That means much.
It wasn't that big a deal. I just needed some gold and figured if anyone was gonna have the coin to spare, it'd be the Empire.
You know, some things are best left unsaid.
Oh, and you were really quick to compliment me back at the Academy. That left an impression for sure. I mean, most nobles don't give us mercs the time of day. But you were different.
It's nice to hear you say that.
And hey, I was right about you. I wouldn't be shining half as bright as I am today if I didn't hitch my wagon to yours. Trust me, no regrets here. Anyway, back to it. Victory is so close I can almost smell it. And I'll be right here by your side the rest of the way. No stopping till we've united all of Fodlan.
We will reach the end of this path soon. All of us. together.
Interesting how she talks about essentially what happened in Three Houses. Wait, which one did I miss? Oh. Love how Heidi can make a mistake and own it. She apologizes and makes up for it with cheese. She does. Does this mean Adeleth has competition? No, because I see them more as friends. I don't really see them as, like, romantic. I see them more as just really good friends, like family. It was a good sport. It was.
Hey, I was looking for you. Didn't think I'd find you down by the river. That's an awful lot of blood on your cloak.
Yeah, well, you know me.
Soaking it in the water would help get it out.
I don't know. That fight went on for a while. And blood doesn't come out so easily, even if you start washing it right away. If you ask me, it's more trouble than it's worth. You have another one, right?
How many cloaks do I have?
I do, but I'd still like
Like
to use
Hades?
this one if I can. Something wrong?
Hmm? Oh, sorry. It's just, you reminded me of Citri, of your mother, back when we first met.
How so?
Tell us about Mom, Dad.
There was this one time when she was trying really hard to get some stains out of a handkerchief. She had your same quiet composure and everything, and when I asked her if she had another one, you know what she told me? She just turned and said, if I could still use this one, I'd rather not throw it away.
Well, that's not exactly the same.
Let him
Maybe
reminisce.
not, but I still see so much of her in you. When I was first getting to know her, I never saw her laugh or cry. Just like someone else I could mention.
You know, you never really used to talk about her, but you've been doing it a lot lately. Why is that?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm feeling a little regret for dragging you into the mercenary life. You've never had a place to call home, and you don't have any friends your age. And it's been one bloody battle after another since this war broke out. If she were still alive, your life would be entirely different. You'd be with her, and things would be
And Rhea.
peaceful.
I don't regret my life here with you. I might not have a home or friends, but you've always been there for me. Living by the sword suits me just fine, and I've had no shortage of allies. So...
You're right. There's no cause for regrets.
I
really
think
are
that's
just
because she
like
had
her,
the
though.
heart, Toko.
You know that?
I think that's why Citri's emotions were probably stunted as well, because she had the heart until Rhea gave it to Byleth. So I think it's more the heart than the fact that she was a vessel. Hi, Luna. You eating a treat? You're being very loud. It kind of seems like Byleth doesn't start showing emotion until Sothis, like, wakes up when they go to the monastery. And that's when she can kind of start, you know, feeling things. But I think before that, because Sothis wasn't awake, her emotions were stunted. But yeah, I think it's the heart, not necessarily Citri's body.
There you are. What's going on? It's not like you to send for me.
I have something to give you.
Well, this is new. What is it?
Here.
Flowers? Oh, I'm really surprised. I mean, you've never given flowers to anyone before, have you?
I had to ask some of our allies for advice. Because I wasn't sure the best way to communicate my feelings.
What do you mean?
I'm really thankful that you're my captain, but also that you're my father. I've never really told you that, so I wanted to make sure you knew.
Ah, kid.
When I asked, everyone said I should give you flowers. Apparently that's what they used to do back at the Officers' Academy. I wonder what it would have been like there.
The Officers' Academy, huh?
And that's when Dad goes, part 1, white clouds.
Or who knows, maybe you'd have ended up like Alois and forced into giving seminars or something. Not that you're really qualified to be a teacher. Anyway, these flowers did the trick, kid. Consider your message delivered. Though, to be honest, I kind of already knew. You might not give a lot away, but you're not completely unreadable. Sorry for making you think I had no idea.
That's all right. I'm just glad you know.
By the way, why'd you choose this kind of flower? Did someone suggest them?
Was it Alois?
No, I picked them out myself. I thought they were nice to look at.
They're your
Calming,
mom's
in a
favorite
way.
flower.
You even like the same flowers as your mother. Can you inherit that kind of thing? I used to give these to Citri all the time. I'd pull them out from behind my back, and her whole face would light up like the brightest torch you'd ever seen. Maybe this is how she felt whenever she got them.
I'll keep that in mind for next time. I want to see how this
Aw.
mercenary life of ours is going to play out. Together. Those feelings are never going to change. And I'll do what I must to make sure you know that.
Huh. Thanks, kid.
That's so sweet. I love that she asked, like, what to do. She clearly wanted to, you know, show him how much she cared. And she also put on a full play with Manuela to show him, so very sweet. Cool addition of the Manuela A where she says it was Violet's idea, right? So sweet. I am glad that we see that Violet really does care about her dad, you know? Because unfortunately we didn't really get to see that much in Three Houses, and there weren't any supports with Geralt, which was a bummer. But I'm glad we're able to see that now.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Okay, so we've got this one and this one. Cannot switch between units during this battle. Bandits in Fenya territory have taken advantage of the chaos to run amok, looting and plundering as they please. Defeat the bandits and save the imperiled citizens. Yeah, I don't think this will be too bad though, DJM, because I'm just gonna start as Edelgard, so we should be fine. No dodge is honestly the worst type. The no dodge sucked. That was pretty annoying. How do you know which one you're gonna start with, though? The yellow
You don't
square?
expect me to go out there and fight, do you?
Is that considered yellow? Yeah, I guess it is kind of yellow. Also just P1. Okay. Scythia.
There's no time to waste.
I have not played Xenoblade. Some other people in chat have, though. I'm converting to critical ring. That works.
Let them witness our virtue firsthand.
Alright, let's go.
You must really be down, huh? Well, I promise to save you. A disadvantage is nothing to fear. We will turn this around.
Yeah, I'm really not worried about it, Lysithea. Search the strongholds, rescue the commoner and their allies. Whoop.
Initiating the operation. Let's go, everyone.
It's Bernie's time to shine. Sure hope this goes okay. You can count on me. I'll do my best. It's Bernie's time to shine. Sure hope this goes okay.
Galloway. Move it.
We won't lose, no matter what.
We'll see about that.
Please find it in your heart to help me.
Don't worry. I got you.
Please find it in your heart to help me.
I got this.
Position secured.
You're good. Whoop. Excuse me. Spotted a commoner being attacked by a wyvern lord.
Initiating the operation.
These freaking commoners. Getting wrecked. Probably should have brought a healer.
Let's go, everyone.
Oh well. Too late now.
You can. I'll do my best.
I'm just gonna have to like run around.
It's Bernie's time to shine.
Stay here and guard
You need
this
some
one.
backup?
Did she just run faster than a horse? Yes. She sure did. Alright. I need to this way.
So good.
Move. Move.
Time to make a name for ourselves.
Move. Defeat the Great Knight and their allies targeting Edelgard. Good luck catching up to me, assholes.
It worked. You've already lost. I will end you.
F.
That turned out well.
F. Oh, it's okay to do the bow knight. GG, Lysithea.
Of course I did it.
Let's carve a swath through the battlefield.
Defeat the bow knight to claim victory. Oh. Well, we're already here. So, probably going to...
You can count on. I'll do my best.
have to go get some KOs elsewhere. That would be my guess.
Sure hope this goes okay.
I need to get out of here before I accidentally kill him. Alright, we need 500 KOs. That's fine.
shall pay.
Start shit.
You hear? Sorry, we weren't strong enough.
That went well.
So this is defeat.
Let's
I'm
keep going.
sorry. Tell me somebody saw that!
Halfway there.
You'll have to take things from me. Already lost.
Flame Emperor indeed, damn.
What did you expect?
I'll give it an honest attempt.
Allies here.
Tough fight on your hands.
Oh, hey, Lysithia.
I don't know how long I can hold out. Help me, please.
Now, who needs help? That's a great knife. Taking out a sniper. Give me a second.
I aspire to improve.
Alright.
Initiating the operation. Let's go, everyone.
It's Birdie's time to shine! You need some backup? It's Birdie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes okay.
You can count on me.
Why don't you go help them?
I'll do my best.
I'll go this way. This one. Grab that. Get back here.
Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
Done. Get out of the way.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Of course I did it.
Enjoy your fire. Bernie. I have to go up there. Now who's almost dead? This is a problem. Get out of the way.
This is kind of bad, right?
Yeah, I'm coming. Goodness.
You've already lost. I will end you. You've already lost.
We need Mother to help, seriously.
I will end you.
You guys good now?
But I gotta fall back.
This isn't looking so good.
What, the commoner down here now? I guess.
You've already lost.
This map is chaos.
I will end you. Allow me to fight alongside you.
Well, it's a little late for that.
We made it in
I don't know
time.
if we got enough enemies.
I'm so glad they're all right.
This is just sheer chaos. Oh, we did. Okay, we're good.
Seems like fighting's all I do these days.
future is ours to make, no matter the sacrifice. For the fate of Fodlan.
Hey, lightning speed ring? This map should have been called Mom, They're Picking on Me. Amir wants to go on an expedition. Alright. Edelgard and Mercedes have to be the moms that keep this army together. Someone has to.
Well, how'd it go?
I'll take that, thank you.
Any result's a good result. You free?
Alright, let's go on an expedition.
This isn't a recon mission then? That's fine. I'm up for anything. This should be fun. This would make a good vantage point. Oh, sorry. Old sniper habit. The constant battles make times like this precious.
I would think either be happy to hear that from her. I don't think confused would be the right answer. You mean maybe surprised? I think Mercy would mom Edelgard. She would probably.
It would be pretty great if you came from outside Fodlan too. Of course, there's no evidence of that.
There's an old man NPC in your game that's actually named Boomer. Don't know how to feel. Joke that maybe you did laugh and agree it would be neat. Give it some serious consideration.
All right.
Laugh. That's kind of similar to joking about it.
Yep. Nice and quiet.
I would imagine nod quietly is probably the correct one. I don't think telling a joke after she says nice and quiet would be the right thing to do. Try to gesture your meaning. I think it's nod quietly. If she's not trying to mom Hubert, she's absolutely making Edelgard cookies. It's an Aloise thing to do. Make a joke. It would be in character for cheese, though.
Need something? Dagda and Fodlan aren't so different. Looking at me and you proves that. I know a spy who used to hide daggers in her hair. I'm not carrying a concealed weapon today. Let's just leave it at that. Well done. Thanks. I appreciate it. I enjoyed that more than I thought I would. Maybe hit me up again sometime.
Oh, got to a B. Guess I'll go grab supplies.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything
Thank
has its
you.
use.
Hey there. Need something?
I'll have to get more steel for that.
Is this it?
Can do that for now.
See you around.
Yep.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
You restored law and order to the surrounding area. The civilians give you a gift
I
in
see.
return. You saved my life. Please take one of my family's heirlooms as thanks. Sword of Zoltan. The merchants are having a feast. They seem to be betting on
What'd you
something.
think?
You want to try your hand? There's a prize in it if you beat us. Select a unit with luck 27 or higher. Ooh, nice shield. You found what looks like the enemy army's hidden stockpile. Oh, this is just money. I'll take it. I'll take it. I need it. Alright, break through the fortress. Rebels have fortified a checkpoint on the road to the fortress. Break through and secure a path to retake the fortress. Fair enough. Defeat Viscount Menya.
Off to work.
I'll do my best.
We bring Marianne along.
Just turn me loose already.
Hey, why not?
Bring Balthus and Happy. Piercing gaze. Restores the warrior gauge every 800 hits. Speed plus 10, jeez.
No mistakes.
This is the big one. Give it everything you've got.
I hope I
This
can
is the
do
big
this.
one? This specifically Balthus?
We've got a real fight on our hands.
B, Viscount Menya. Oh, good night, Joker. Thanks for hanging out. See you later.
Witness my true power!
Why?
No escape! This stronghold could be important.
I think they all are kind of important.
I'm on it. No chuck. Just leave it to me.
Here goes. Yeah, I got it.
Please, excuse me. Is this okay?
The magic staff? Yeah, that was in 3 houses.
Initiating the operate. Let's go, everyone.
Yep, time to wreck stuff.
I guess we'll attack here.
I'll take that money. Oh, he gets a little scene. He seems so important. He didn't say anything. Maybe he's a decoy.
I'm sorry. My work is done.
Temporarily
Stepping away
retreated,
for a
huh?
moment.
Of course it wasn't gonna be that easy. Enemy reinforcements
Victory is
have
ours
appeared.
for the taking.
You think so?
Don't let it go to your head.
Your luck ran out when you ran into me.
That's the way.
I'm on it. No, just leave it to me.
Please, is this okay?
Here goes. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, all right.
Just in time. We could use a hand.
Scout is advancing, huh? Well,
Please, excuse me. I'm
Marion
not sure
can
I'll be
do
much
that.
use, but I'm coming to help.
Here goes. Yeah, I got it.
My turn.
That should do it.
Let us take them by storm.
Can still fight, immediately dies.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Initiating the operation. Let's go, everyone.
I'm on it. No time to wreck stuff.
I'm dragging the others down.
Amazing what a little bloodshed can do. What can I say? I'm that good.
Enemy reinforcements appeared and attacked the scout. Well, hey there, buddies.
This is our turf now.
Yeah, get us money, Balthus. That's right. Did it.
I'm dragging the others down.
The enemy commander Viscount Menya reappeared. I feel sorry for you. Beat him and claim victory.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
Well, almost got enough damage. Affected the scout. That's done.
All right, a successful mission.
Oh, he was very excited.
Death is coming.
He just headbutted a horse.
At least.
Alrighty.
No charge. Just leave it to me. You're not a coward.
I'll fight too.
I'll just kick back and let B do all the work.
Look at her spin. Spin. She does look really pretty in the dancer outfit.
We did it! My heart feels so much lighter now.
Aw.
Best to keep your expectations low.
Well. Balthus and Happy got to a C. We got a training point. Your contact from the Battalion Guild is there.
Right.
If you've got the cash up front, I can work fast to get you more troops. Sure. The enemy has already retreated from here. Some useful items have been left behind. Well, I don't need any of those. Noble Thief once used this as a base. The thief has offered to aid your army. There's a secret technique passed down in my family. I'll teach it to you, so please help me out here. Select a unit to raise their dexterity. I have a question. The shoulder pads Happy wears in Three Hopes, did she take some pieces of the Dark Knight armor to wear for her standard outfit? I don't know. I did not design her. It is possible.
Hey there.
Supplies are
But
the
I do not
lifeblood of
have an
any
official
army.
answer for that.
Everything has its use.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
I don't think they have any other supports with anyone. Wait, no. Geralt and Leonie do. Constance and Petra are also done. You can just put Edelgard and Violet together for now. I don't think Edelgard has any others. Petra and well, she's close with Dorothea. Linhart and Caspar. Alright, Linhart and Constance. Mir and Happy can stay together. I don't think they're quite there, so I'll leave it at that. That works.
You know, I like training with a partner.
I can use this.
A new power is now being mine.
Can't wait to get back out there.
Can't let this power go unused.
I don't remember what Caspar's innate ability comes from. It might be Dark Magic? I'll have to double
Time
check
to
that.
work
We don't have any
proper
more
training,
points anyway.
You'll be unstoppable.
You can force conversation on the training grounds by clicking X on the desired duo. Oh, really? You mean when you're actually about to
Training
train,
can be
or?
the difference between victory and defeat.
Oh, so you can pick which pair. Interesting.
Can't wait to see how you do.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
That looks like a pretty good bow. Reclaiming Fort Mercius. Fort Mercius has fallen into the hands of rebels led by the former Duke Aegir. You march into battle to reclaim the fortress and put an end to the insurrection.
If everyone is prepared, it's time to make our move. Our troops attacking the gates have been instructed not to force their way in. Before long, the enemy will notice as much and realize we're already inside.
We need to locate and strike down the rebel leader. That should put an end to the insurrection. Along the way, you may encounter suspicious agents. They are the true masterminds behind the rebellion, and must all be eradicated.
Got it. Now let's get going before those bloodthirsty monsters hurt any of the hostages.
Aw, Ferd.
I haven't been this angry in a long time. When is that man going to stop being a thorn in Her Majesty's side?
Ah, how splendid. But do try not to become so flush with rage that you make a foolish error.
Perhaps if you grew flush with rage every now and again, you wouldn't have the complexion of a coffin dweller.
Quiet,
Wow.
both of you.
Edelgard's like, oh my god, guys, shut up.
You don't have to do this, Ferdinand. You can always stay back if you have doubts.
No. Fate put me on this path, and now I must walk it.
Giving the Saints weapons to the main faction fighting the church is great because the Beagles match their crest, right? The alone unit on the bottom will be alone for a while and will only be playable in the middle of the battle. Okay. So I was thinking about it, and while it's possible that those who slither in the dark, like, killed his dad and took his face, I think for Ferdinand's arc, it would make more sense or be more impactful if his father did these things on his own. Because that would make Ferd have to be like, oh no, you made these decisions. So I think it's probably really him. And I think it'll be more impactful that way. I mean, I guess we'll find out. You never know with those who slither in the dark. But just narratively, I think it makes more sense for it to actually be his father. Because it's a better confrontation. So. 4 units with unique dialogue: Shez, Edelgard, Ferdinand, and surprisingly Monica. You mean Ferd has special dialogue? His dad was always terrible anyway. He allowed and supported Talis experimenting on the kids. I mean, he was. It's just you never know, like, what they're gonna do. But it's definitely more impactful of a story, I think, if it's really him. So that's where I'm hoping they're gonna go with it. He did act like himself in the beginning of the chapter. Oh, I remember. I'm just saying, it's always a possibility with those who slither in the dark. I'm just hoping that's not the case, because I think that would take away from the story a little bit. Activate catapults. Use infiltrators to reinforce the auxiliary unit. False rumors. Assign healers. Summon mercenaries to engage enemy force. They only do that contrived shit on other routes. Listen, I trust nothing. Yeah, you can do the healer. Alright. So whoever's down here, we're not going to be able to use. Okay. I think this might be my favorite chapter of this route, but I keep saying that every chapter. I'm glad you're having a good time, Mars. Glad you're enjoying the route. I am too.
For the future that's yet to come.
Edelgard and Hubert are like, we're fucking going.
Follow me, soldiers of the Empire.
Okay, so Cheese has to be there. That's fine. I was going to use her anyway. I kind of wanted Ferd to be playable too, so maybe I'll put Monica down there and then have Ferd be up here. I wouldn't say saying a battle is good as a spoiler. Dialogue can be played by NPCs, they don't have to be the active unit. Yeah, maybe I'll just put Monarch up here then. I want to be able to access all of them for the dialogue.
For the future that's yet to come.
This war is ours to be won.
Okay.
Let's get this over
Put
with.
Manuela down there.
I don't care much for battle.
Always make Monica Edelgard's adjutant, but I feel like I indulge her too much because I do it every time. You're giving her false hope. I think I'll do Petra, but I'm gonna
fight for my land of hope.
switch her back to assassin. Hey, Dark Sword, how are you? How's it going? Oh wait, was that after perfect dodge? Ooh. I'm gonna keep that. Hmm. Oh, not that. Maybe that. Bird was your MVP. L was your surprise attack. Oh. That would certainly surprise. I don't know which one of these is better. Just boost critical or the apex. Are they just the same critical chance? Probably. I don't know if one's like better than the other. Actually heard Apex crit skills are bugged to decrease. Haven't looked into that though. Really? Boost critical increases the chance. Apex sword increases the damage. So the critical damage. Thinking my first Scarlet Blaze run Ferd was my surprise attack. He was fired up. I thought it was scripted. I mean, I get that. heard Apex is bugged. Hmm. I don't really want it to invert. Do this one. Hey Wildcat, how are you? Apparently data mine has shown it's bugged and still isn't patched. Oh, okay. Well, won't use that then. She has so many abilities. Oh yeah, I forgot they were doing a Sega Mini too. What games are gonna be on that? Can Lynn not use... Can Lynn not use Physic as a dancer? Wouldn't he be able to? There's over 60 on both versions. No, he can't. Oh. That's kind of a bummer. You can't heal as a dancer. Kind of an odd choice, but alright. Clay fighter. Earthworm Gym too. Golden Axe 2. Streets of Rage 3. Splatterhouse 2. Oh god, Sonic 3D Blast made me sick. Oh, Toe Jam and Earl. Huh, that's cool. That was a good soundtrack. Echo the Dolphin CD version. Wow, looks like they've got quite a lineup there. That's pretty cool. They had Clay Fighter on that thing, had a laugh. I'm surprised they're putting Sonic 3D Blast on there though, because seriously, the perspective in that game, I had that Couldn't play it. It made me sick. You can heal as a trickster. Interesting. They're putting night trap on it? Huh. The asterisks mean they're CD games.
Enemy soldiers have breached our fortifications! To arms! Defend the glory of the Empire!
Can you imagine people followed this man?
Prepare to take the fortress.
The detachment is safely inside. We should wait to see how the enemy responds.
Like how? Did he get followers?
Start by seizing the inner ward. Herite, they must learn.
There's not a question of can, only a matter of will.
Oh, if I must.
Dance
Leave
over
this
there,
to me.
Linhart.
Begin. The sky sphere.
Right then, let us go to work. I will see my duty done.
I will gladly orders received.
There's not a... Leave this to me! Mercenaries are no better than common bandits. How could my father make a deal with such a pack of rogues?
Oh, I forgot to change Cheese's class back. Oh well.
Looks like this
That's
ain't your
fine.
lucky day.
I should have expected an ambush. We used to play hide and seek here all the time.
Appears we have taken control of the fortress walls. Now we can move our catapults into position and attack.
Yeah, catapults.
Yeah, not bad.
Wall-mounted catapult.
Looks like they're here. And once we kill them all, we'll have more riches than we know what to do with.
Do you really think so? Grimoires appeared to intercept. Well, I have these for you.
Unleash the catapults. Break our enemies.
Unleash the catapults! Grab this money. That's just in a jar for some reason. Move it.
This is going well. Almost too well. Is Aegir truly so short-handed?
That barrier was formed with dark magic. We must eliminate the caster in order to pass.
Feed the Dark Bishops to bring down the Wall of Darkness.
They only delayed the inevitable.
We have the enemy where we want them. Unleash.
Do you? I'm not sure.
Well, would you look at that?
Feels like Edelgard. Did you see? Did you see? Rebel army activated the ballista. These are strongholds. Alright. Well, we can't get there just yet. Because we have this wall of darkness to contend with.
There's not a question of can.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Those ballistae require stopping.
This shady magic business just doesn't do much for me.
Take that.
There's not a question of can. Leave this to me.
Right then, let us go to work. You appear to need assistance.
Begin. The sky speak.
I'm just kind of in a cluster.
Leave this to me.
I will gladly hand. Let's march.
Ain't good enough. Just move past that.
The enemy stronghold will be ours.
Though I am reluctant to do this, I can see no other choice.
One ballista seized.
One done.
I've got you now.
Open. There we go. Okay, 1200. Zip. Oh, this is done. Did you guys not take this man out yet?
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Well,
begin.
Get on that.
The sky spirit watches over.
Oh, if I must. Leave this to me.
There's not a question. Leave this to me. I am your man.
Naruto, run! Excuse me.
The enemy stronghold will be ours.
Anything for listening.
Though I am reluctant to do this, I can see no other choice.
Ferd's gonna punch his dad. Okay, so that's done.
No more arrows.
Yay!
I shall never back down.
The wall of darkness
I care not
vanished.
if it's magic walls or what have you. If you get in the way of her magic, you will pay.
This is war!
Pathetic.
Alright. I guess everyone came over here? That's fine.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're.
There's not a question of can. Leave this to me.
Begin. I will help.
Oh, if I must. If my assistance is needed, so be it.
I've got take a breather.
And to think, I was entertaining the idea of letting you scamper
Oh,
away.
hey, Kranya. Haven't seen you in a while. This come activated?
What was that attack?
This is unfortunate.
I give you the Viscum. I hope you like being roasted alive, because that's exactly what's about to happen to you.
Forced to try and force our way through this. The time has come to call upon our
Kranya's
detachment.
dialogue with Shez and Monica. Use the detached force to disable the controls and stop.
A
Oh, shit.
weapon of that scale is certain to be controlled by some kind of device.
A giant lever, in fact. So Kranya's just in here being evil, as she do. We gotta get this door open before we can really do anything.
And we can use the agents we scattered amongst the rebels to throw the enemy into disarray.
The enemy's here! Kill them all!
Infiltration. Strategy initiated.
It was a mistake to join this rebellion. Our allegiance lies with Emperor Edelgard.
Haha, suckers!
What's going on? Who's switching
That's
sides?
right. You're done. I have to go down there and take care of that.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Thieves.
Not a problem.
Guys
I've
can
got
both
this.
go.
There's not a question of can. Leave this to me.
Here I go. No, they must learn who they're up against.
Alright.
The spotlight is mine.
So, be defanged.
They got him? I do not appreciate that. I'm going to rip you apart myself. Hey, why can you wield that power, huh? Who even are you?
Why don't you tell me this? You seem to know more than enough.
Maybe
about it
Kranya's
already.
Cheese's mom.
Get in there and hammer him while they're
Maybe that's the
pinned down
deep
by that
lore.
magic weapon.
Hey, take this. Are you
Any
kidding me?
reinforcements?
Reinforcements? This day just keeps getting better.
There's not a question of can. Leave this to me.
Here I go. No mistakes.
I can't get in there yet.
Oh, if I must. Leave this to me.
Begin. I am advanced. Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Here I go. No mistakes. I'll provide some protection.
Okay.
Oh, wow. If it isn't Monica, tell me, what kind of mush for brains comes crawling back to the woman who almost killed her? So I'm to have my revenge today, am I? Oh, Her Majesty is far too kind.
He's fighting at a disadvantage. Hubert will get over it.
Now! All eyes on me. I'm radiant!
Time for some punishment.
Hey! Now!
Back here.
Take this! Aggravating little worm! Take this!
Manuela's finally repping McDonald's with her outfit. Yep. Pretty much.
Now you've done it! Take this! Hey! Now! Hey! Now!
Yeah, I know.
I think that's the end
I
of the
saw the big lever.
reinforcements.
Probably can't do anything with it yet. I'm glad they made the controls to their very powerful weapon in a giant level in the open. Yeah, it's so nice of them to leave this giant lever here. Big Macs are her go-to for hangover.
Time for some punishment. All eyes on me. I'm radiant.
I need to kill him too. No, I can do it now. There we go. One disabled.
Construct is still operational. There must be a second device.
No. This is
F.
wrong. I can't die.
Keep looking.
These wretches need to stay in.
One day the war will be over.
Rania just dies like off screen. I guess they took her out while I was doing this.
Expected much from those shifty vermin. And here I am with the cold embrace of the grave hovering at my
She just randomly. Well, someone up. I think it was Cheese fighting her, so I think Cheese took her out. Usually the NPCs don't, though. They're often not super useful.
Well, we've smashed their little toy. Let's see what their next move will be.
I thought our victory was assured. How could everything have gone so wrong?
Got a door up here. The rebel army appeared. Oh no. Defeat Viscount Fenya and their allies. Advance on the former Duke Aegir. Alright.
Go for it!
Come on, everyone.
left but to resist with all our might. Help me push them back.
Punishment. The writing is on the wall, but those fools would sooner perish than admit it.
Sorry, Edelgard, I can't really hear you over the sound of me wrecking everyone. Side mission. Beat the Dark Knight and their allies, targeting the detached force. I mean, we'll get down here eventually.
Oh, if I must.
Eh.
Run the fire! We'll raise death down upon them from above.
Rebel army activated the fire orbs. Rude.
Those must be near. A little gauche, if you ask me.
I'm radiant! I'm not at my best today.
They look real dangerous, though. Also, what's a gauche?
It's time. Conjure magic
Oh, Daddy
shield
Hovering's
to
here.
safeguard our comrades.
Pay attention now.
This random maid.
Forgive my weakness. The outer defenses only just fell.
On the contrary, your timing is perfect.
Is that
Perfect timing.
Voldemort?
Voldemort?
Why must he always show up at the worst possible moment and ruin everything?
Sir. I did not need that chest.
Too careful.
Viscount Fenya. Viscount Menya.
There's a lot happening right now.
I'm radiant!
Your punishment!
I'm coming for you, Father.
Oh, shit.
Leave the enemy no place to hide. Seize every key position in the fortress.
These all the
The enemy is
strongholds.
getting too close to Duke
Well, there's
We
one
must hurry to the
left.
side. Eyes on me. I'm radiant!
But you are far too
Yeah, keep her getting ready. Keep her hyping up Ferd to kill his dad.
Well, that was an impeccably staged entrance. Were you just biding your time in order to put on the best show possible?
You know, Linhart, there are times you take after me. And then there's most of the time.
And then there's most of the time. Damn. Dad shade. Sir? Oh, you're dead. Okay.
I don't know how we made it, but we did.
Edelgard, we are fun. Nope, there goes Daddy Hovering. Can you get back here? Excuse you.
All eyes on me. I'm radiant!
Ferd and Elle have dialogue with Duke Aegir that are some good ones. Okay.
One day the war will be over.
They're scared of you. They must be. We've seen Manuela like murder everyone. They're like, I'm getting away from that. All right. Big group of us. How many? Oh no, we're okay. I mean, we're over time, but I think we've defeated enough enemies. No more fire orbs for you.
Now perhaps we can stamp out those who slither in the dark as well.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Come on, Ferd,
There's
join
not
the
a
party.
question of can. Leave this to me.
Hey! Now! Time for some punishment!
Don't fight. Just running past.
My name is Ludwig von Aegir.
That's not something to brag about.
The Empire in the throes of a terrible sickness, and I intend to cure it or die in the attempt.
Well, I mean,
They must learn who they're up against. Allow me.
I will capture this stronghold.
I'm
You guys
bringing
gonna-
it down.
you guys gonna?
So, my
There we
son,
go.
You come to claim your poor father's head at last.
I come to do my duty. No more, no less.
Will you not heed me, your majesty? This ideology of yours leaves countless good people by the
Oh, I accidentally
wayside.
kill him.
Yet countless more were already suffering prior. All I did was make a choice.
I must not fall. The Empire needs me.
All right. Well, Bird should do it.
I am your man. No mercy. This is war.
I will not falter until I see the
Back
Empire's
here.
glory and principles restored.
Time has moved on from you, Father. You cannot unwind it no matter how hard you try. How could you not see this?
A lot just happened.
That is enough. There is no escape for you.
Hubert in the background. Hubert's like, yes. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that was from Hubert.
Go on then. I'll leave for you the final blow.
You leave me
Nah, that was
nothing.
in the trailer.
This was ever my burden to bear. Father.
I love how they tried to make it
No,
seem like
you are
Hubert
just
and
a
Ferd were
traitor
fighting in
now.
the trailer. Oh
In
man.
light of your crimes against the Empire, the punishment is death!
Send a runner to House Menya and have them deliver the letter I drafted. Also,
Well,
take the
that was a
soldiers under your
change
command
of
and begin
tone.
investigating any magic constructs abandoned by the enemy.
At once, Lord Hubert.
Can you at least hug him, Cheese?
It must be awful to end your own parent's life.
Unless your name is Hubert.
Come on, Ferdinand. Let's get going.
No. You may continue without me. I would like to stay here a moment. Just a moment longer.
Hubert, we have a messenger from the Alliance, and I need to know where our Western campaign stands. Ferdinand, may I have a word? I thought I'd let you decide how to punish your father's followers now that they've surrendered. Furthermore, this incident has led to the end of Fenya and several other noble houses. We need to settle the matter of the next Duke Aegir, and we need to do so quickly. So if you don't mind...
Is this your attempt at solace, Edelgard?
What?
I will punish the troops, and I will find a way to administer my father's lands. You can trust in me, Your Majesty. And thank you for considering my feelings in the matter.
Wow, what a tyrant. What a monster.
Check me out, gentlemen.
One day the war will be over,
Manuela, there's a read the room moment.
Hey, a new power. All right.
Sneak attack. Shield that can stop armor-piercing attacks. Nullifies effectiveness against armored units. Yeah, I'll probably S-rank it off stream. We were pretty close to the time. I just went a little over. Check me out, gentlemen. I just murdered 2,000 people
I
on
never
my
expected we'd have our hands this full after returning from Fargus. Still, we've managed to quell the turmoil and maneuver our way back to Enbar.
Due to the valiant efforts of Count Berglis and his Aryan Road garrison, the kingdom's counter-offensive has hardly put a dent in the western lines. I wager the reinforcements reached them in time.
It's a good thing we do not have to maintain a large military presence in Leicester. But of course, that was Her Majesty's plan all along.
We'd be up to our shoulders in trouble if we hadn't settled hostilities with the Alliance.
Do you think people in the Empire will be all right? I'm worried about the opera company, of course, but I'd also be devastated if anything happened to my friends in the capital.
The end result of all this was the complete expurgation of the Empire's remaining dissidents. In a way, we should be thanking them for handing us this opportunity on a gilded platter.
Adrestia deserves some stability for a change, so I think it's good that Her Majesty has total power now. With the opposing nobles wiped out, it's a breath of fresh air after the way things were under the old Emperor.
Lynn, think about who's here.
It is all right, Dorothea. I have moved on.
It's funny, though. I was sure my father would take part in the rebellion, but he just didn't.
Hubert's like, oh, how strange.
I feel like all he ever did was complain about Her Majesty, you know? I guess he was so scared of the church that he decided to stay holed up in Garreg Mach.
Oh no, poor
What is
man.
our next action, Lady Edelgard?
Petra's like, he
If we are
sucks.
returning
Let's
to the
move
Western
on.
Front, I will have preparedness.
Fighting your own people sure takes the thrill out of battle. So let's go wall up the kingdom instead and put an end to all this. Who's with me?
All that remains is for Adrestia to claim victory.
And along those lines, I wish to present an idea. One last stratagem to ensure that we prevail.
What could it be?
We were successful in striking down Cronia at Fort Mercius.
Yeah, you were with no help from me.
However, Lord Arundel, which is to say Talus, remains at large, and any schemes Solon may be plotting are so much conjecture in the wind. Still, his
Freaking
efforts in
Palpatine.
Rim territory effectively empowered the late Duke Aegir to stage a coup. Whatever the case, he must have a very good reason for seeking to prevent the kingdom's fall.
But why would they help the people who are harboring the Archbishop? It makes no sense. Unless their aim is simply to prevent the war from ending by any means possible.
We know the kingdom's court mage, Cornelia, is connected to those who slither in the dark. They may have planted other associates in Fargus as well.
Oh, they did.
If they already have the king's court dancing on strings, it stands to reason they would focus their attention on obstructing the Empire.
I agree the theory hangs together, but does that mean we should expect more interference?
We should, Your Majesty. Though I would at least like to think they no longer have anyone left who can act brazenly in the open.
And need we worry about our mercenary friend?
I was under the assumption that they had your implicit trust.
Absolutely, but not enough to purge all of the doubt from my heart. I once trusted my uncle, as well as the late Duke Aegir, and he wasn't even replaced with a doppelganger. People who come in contact with those who slither in the dark are not the same afterward. How am I to trust anyone in a world where such a thing can happen?
I do not disagree, Your Majesty.
Yes, well, we must remain vigilant until the war is over for good and all. Although I wonder if we can rest easy even then.
We still don't really know much about Solon, Kranya, and Talus. I was thinking this would be a chance to learn about my power, or who you actually are. But oh well.
Oh well. Is that all you have to say for yourself?
I mean, I'm still curious, but my attention right now is on the battles ahead. And hey, it's not like knowing the truth would change much for you anyway. Even if I am related to those slithering people somehow, it's not like I'd want to split up with you.
That's music to my ears. It's incredible to see just how fast you've matured. Makes me proud to call you my partner in destiny. Is this what being a parent feels like?
So maybe Arvel's our mom and dad.
Yes. Anyway, this war will be over soon, so let's do what we've got to do to see it through together. I'll be counting on you, Arvel.
Without Byleth as her teacher, she still doesn't trust anyone. I mean, I can't say I blame her. After everything she's been through, and the fact that those who slither in the dark can literally take people's faces. I wouldn't trust either.
Scarlet Blaze.
Torment of the Eagle and Lion.
Lion.
Interesting.
Edelgard succeeds in containing Aegir's insurgency, and while she is concerned by the absence of the nefarious Talus, she prepares her army for the next step regardless. The time is nigh to crush the kingdom and Central Church's growing momentum and put an end to the war once and for all.
I've gathered you here in Garrick Mach because the time has come. We are returning to the front.
Oh yeah, I've been waiting to hear that forever! Let's go wreck things!
For the next phase of our campaign, we'll be working with the Alliance's leader, Claude, to tighten our cordon around the kingdom.
Yeah, Alliance!
Rather
We're going to
than try
McDonald's!
To advance on the Western Front, we'll join forces with the Alliance and press in from the east.
This means we'll be marching northeast from the monastery and infiltrating Galatea.
I hope we can finally end it this time. I don't think I can deal with doubling back again.
Agreed. This slog has slogged on long enough.
Worry not, friends. I'll not be blindsided twice. I promise you that. We won't rest until all of Fodlan is united. We will fight tooth and nail for it.
Forgot Dimitri and Rhea were in this. We haven't seen them in a long time.
So, we're finally dusting off our armor and going somewhere, huh?
Oh, Dad's coming too.
You must really want to end this war if you're letting the two of us loose on the kingdom.
Quite right, Captain Gerald. We will not accept anything less than the fall of the royal capital. You and your mercenaries will be marching with us. This is not a problem, I trust.
Let's just say I have a history with someone at the capital and leave it at that. But if the time's come for me to sort that out, then so be it. In any case, we're ready to go, right, kid?
Are we gonna get some lore? I hope so. He's gotta be talking about Rhea.
We'll earn our keep.
I'm interested in what's
Gotta
gonna
say,
happen.
I'm excited to be fighting with you for a change.
We made some headway on the Western Front once the Empire pulled its main force back.
Oh, sup? Haven't seen you guys in
What
forever.
does it matter when their Minister of Military Affairs still holds Aryan Road? Even if we were in a position to keep throwing troops at those walls, we're never going to crack them.
But if we keep digging our heels in here, their main force will be on us again in no time.
It appears they have already dealt with the insurrection at Fort Mercius. If they don't come at us from the west, they'll soon waltz right in from the east.
I know, right in the background there.
Might I offer a suggestion,
There he is!
King Dimitri?
Shut up, Ray. I'm looking
Of
at
course,
Sedith.
Lady
Get
Ray.
out of here.
We should retake Garrick Mach. It is
Yeah,
the
good
only
luck with
way
that.
to reverse our current fortunes. If I call upon the Church's faithful, they will come running from every corner of Fodlan to liberate the monastery in the goddess's name. With Garrick Mach under our control, we will be able to keep the Imperial army in check.
Not likely.
Additionally, it might convince some of the more fickle Alliance lords to reconsider.
What the
their
hell has she been doing this whole time?
I mean no disrespect, Lady Rhea, but this proposal hardly seems...
There is more. As you know, the Bishop of the Southern Church is currently seated at the monastery.
Oh my god, they're gonna
If
go.
we remove him,
They're gonna
it
go
reminds the
murder
world anew
Varley.
that Archbishop Rhea is the rightful head of the Church of Seros. I believe this will shake some of the more devout Adrestian lords from their emperor's grip.
You've been creeping. Like, it's been a long
While their
time.
faith
Like,
may waver now, Adrestia is still the cradle of the Church of Seros. There are yet many pious believers among their nobility. If we can pull them to our side, it may shift the war back in our favor.
he must consult the elder
We should strike while
god.
the iron is hot. I will get the word out at once.
Hold, Lady Rhea. While I now concede that your plan to retake the monastery has some merit, I must ask that you alert no one.
And why not? I need only say the word, and an army of believers will flock.
Why
to our
not?
cause.
Yes, and the moment the enemy spies people flooding in from across hill and dale, they'll realize what we're planning and bolster their defenses.
You believe their defenses are mightier than the faith of the people? By the goddess, have our enemies truly become so powerful?
Sweetheart, you have no idea.
In that case, what do you propose?
Yeah, they've clearly not been
We
paying
entrust
attention
the
this whole
eastern
time.
lines to houses Karen and Galatea, then ride in mass toward Aryan Road. The enemy will think we intend to assail the Silver
They must have
Maiden.
been asleep. Like, they don't know what's
Instead,
going
we break east.
And Rhea's supposed to be, you know.
Then we'll be attacking
Well, I mean,
the
they both
monastery
are
through the
seasoned
Valley
in
of
battle.
Torment. I get your thinking now. If we attack
So
from the
far up
west,
road ass
Aryan
right now.
Road would be at our
She's
backs,
like,
and
I
the
mean,
Empire could
everybody
box us
loves
in.
Saros. She was really hot, guys.
Very well. I have no objections. My church members will assist in guiding your soldiers through ALL. The monastery is holy and precious to us, and by the name of the goddess, I swear, it will be ours again.
Good. Then I'll ready the troops. Lady Rhea, Sedith, I place all of our futures in your hands.
The question is Seth gonna fuck off during this battle? I mean, I hope so, because I want him to live, but... Ass called. The Church of Saros' ass. No, he just said that they're done with the insurrection. Unless you're talking about Sedith and Rhea, in which case, again, they should be paying more attention to what's going on. Anyone have any suggestions regarding how to prepare for
So,
battle?
this is probably a giant waste of everyone's time, but I've got an idea.
Eliminate the need for ingredients when cooking, increase the
What if
recovery
we
effect of allied
tried
strongholds.
This.
Increase experience gained by mounted classes in battle.
I have the most brilliant idea.
You know what, Ferd? You've had a rough time of it.
Naturally, this task falls to me.
Shall we?
We will proceed with this plan. I'm counting on all of you. We need a fan name for the church in Fargus. Team up to parallel McDonald's. What's the worst fast food you can think of? People know how hot Saris was, how big her ass was. Everyone will help us if I say so. TBH, I miss Rhea. Honestly, me too. I hate those who slither in the dark. I'm glad we're fighting them because, you know, we didn't really get to do that in Crimson Flower, and I have a feeling that's partially why so much of this route focused on them, because unfortunately you didn't get to do that in Crimson Flower. So that's great. But, I mean, I don't think anybody's out here rooting for any of them. At least Rhea is an interesting villain. White Castle? Parties? Rhea is a way more compelling antagonist. She is. She is. I mean, like I said, I'm glad we are finally, you know, working on those who slither in the dark because we should be. But, yeah, Rhea is definitely a more interesting antagonist. Been told White Castle burgers are paper thin, so you could go with that. White Castle is awful. Well, there it is. There you go. McDonald's versus White Castle. Each of the routes seems to address some shortcoming in the original game. Well, and then Azure Gleam adds some, so... This is definitely their way to let Edelgard beat those who slither in the dark, since we didn't get that in Crimson Flower. Yeah, it makes sense. And I don't hate it or anything. It's just, you know, I'm glad that we're ending with more interesting villains. You know, I'm kind of glad that we did that first. And now Rhea and Dimitri are going to be the last antagonists to deal with, so we can end on that note. You want White Castle right now, though? I have never had it. I don't even know if we have any of them. Okay, well, it's midnight, so I think I'm gonna save here. And we'll start working on that next week.